Ejisaye, Ọbẹ̀lẹ́dùmarè, láti bọ́ máa wà pẹ̀lú wa. Ṣé ẹ gbàgbé pé Yorùbá nation òun ni ọ̀nà àbáyọ? Bí politician kan bá ń sọ fún wa pé Nàìjíríà ṣì ní ọ̀nà àbáyọ, ẹ sọ fún wọn pé it is too late to be deceived anymore. Nigeria is no longer a working system. It is the 4th of May 2024, ọjọ́ kẹrin nínú oṣù karùn-ún ọdún 2024, and the world is not waiting. The world continue to move forward. So tó bá rò pé trying to fix a country that has not been fixed for 64 years, where the politicians have become the main hero and the citizens are suffering, and they are now using us as all kind of statistics. I want Bill Gates, I want Dangote, BUA, and the rest of them like that. And they are giving you the false hope that Nigeria is on the path of development. Nigeria is on the path of growing. You are wasting your time. It's a pure waste of time. It's a fraud. Òyìnbó tí ó mọ̀ pé Nnamdi Kanu ní British passport. Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen. He's no longer a Nigerian citizen because he has actually denounced his citizenship as a Nigerian. But yet, Nnamdi Kanu has been kept in the custody of the DSS for almost going to 3 years now, if I'm right. And you expect some kind of, question that kidney offense in Nnamdi Kanu, that Britain could not intervene láti gbà sílẹ̀. Because Britain is part of the game. Maybe some of you don't know that. Britain, United Kingdom, is part and parcel of the game. So many of you, your expectation and your hope is that Britain loves us so much, and on that reasons, they would give us all our support for our quest to self-determination. Èyí tó jẹ́ ìgbìmọ̀ wọn fẹ́ni tó ní British passport, they refuse to intervene in his case, and they know what they are doing, because in Nnamdi Kanu ń béèrè fún, Britain doesn't like that. Britain doesn't want anybody to challenge what they created, which is Nigeria. So all these, our fight and our quest to self-determination, Britain doesn't want it. They are literally against it, because it's like we are challenging part of what they created, which some of us have now said it doesn't work for us, especially the Biafra and some Yorubas. Probably not every Nigerian wants a dissolution or the breakup of Nigeria. But Britain to create in Nigeria, one more way, the day tí Nigeria about to split, they would have no other option than to renegotiate the existence of Nigeria with the new owner of that territory. So they are doing everything possibly best to maintain that Nigeria does not even go into the anarchy stage, talk less of going into a total breakup. But many Nigerians don't know that, because they are gullible. Warrior àwọn òyìnbó yẹn as the gods tí Ọlọ́run rán wá sílé ayé láti wá ṣe direction ayé wa. So when we are saying to people that 1914 amalgamation to create ó wà invalid, apart from pé ó wà fraudulent, many people don't even see it that way. In táwọn rí ni pé one day àwọn náà máa jalè nínú Nigeria, so they don't want to support the self-determination, because everybody knows that self-determination is the solution to most of the problems that contraction to Britain created in 1914. But the expectation is that, and like Fayemi was saying yesterday, Nigeria is still crawling, but we can make it to work by all putting our effort into it. Everybody knows that there's no amount of effort you put into Nigeria that will make it work. Even if you try, it's not going to work. Even if you make all the effort in the world to try to make Nigeria work, it is never going to work. It is a foundation that was designed to fail from the beginning. And that foundation, if we do not break it down finally and then restart the engine, you and myself will continue to suffer the consequence of such. No matter how intelligent you are, no matter how brilliant you are, you will be forced to walk in line with the evil of the creation of those that wants to keep Nigeria. If you go against their will, you are likely going to pay the consequence of such. I am not talking about the petty criminals. I am talking about those that purposely kept us in this situation where we are today. So when those that are arguing with us and say, we understand all this, but there is still hope. I laugh when people say, there is still hope, you know. Good morning to those of you that have joined us and those that will be joining. Share the program. Is important that about direct from a program, you share the program. Eshegoni, Iyawa, Olayemi, Oloro, and many of you that have joined, and those of you that will be watching it at the appropriate time. This is a live transmission at 5:34 a.m. in London, where I am currently producing this broadcast from. I live in England. UK is divided into 4 sections. We have England, we have Wales, and we also have Scotland. And all these countries or these independent are still also asking for one thing. And one thing is that they want to break away from the union that they've kept them together. But Nigeria doesn't want us to break away from the union that we are in together, because their expectation is that one day Nigeria will become, the golden eye of Africa. Number one, our Yoruba Gongoni, the eye of Africa, like somebody said in the program yesterday. Probably maybe by the time Africa, only 7 African countries are bigger than Yoruba people. But many Yoruba people today can't see the vision that as an independent Yoruba country, we will be able to do vast amount of things ourselves. We will be able to work and fix a lot of things that will support and help the future of our people. But our people are probably not aware because of the lack of education and the history that have been taken away from us for a very long time. So this is where we come in all the time. We have to continue repeating things, explaining things, breaking it down to the extent where people can understand that there's no amount of trying to fix a system that the beginning of the system itself was a fraud, because the genesis of the amalgamation of Nigeria was a complete fraud by Britain after committing genocide through slave trade. They went ahead and merged us together with people that do not speak the same language, do not have the same shared value with us. But yet, our learned people, Mukiawa, Faith David, good morning and welcome to the program. Our learned, educated Yoruba people that should be fighting the cause are not fighting the cause because they are part of the crime. They are part of the people that want us to remain in Nigeria so that they can control us through their proxies, through their media. And many Nigerians today are hoping that the election cycle that runs every 4 years in Nigeria will bring peace one day to us. You are living in a denial because the 4 years election cycle will never bring peace. And it will, oh, okay, all the way from US, you're probably having a great time. We hope you'll be back soon to join us here in UK. Many expect that things will turn around and Nigeria will flourish again. Look, if you're one of those, Nigeria will not flourish for you and me, but it will flourish for the Indians, the Lebanese. Some of you might not know the current coastal rail, official coastal line from Lagos to Calabar has been given to the criminal Lebanese known as the Shagori. Tinubu project here for, and one who are in charge of that project is a 15 trillion naira project. Whether that will be completed or not, but there are a lot of things. Eloka article David Odoye, which I read a couple of days ago. I'll see if I can pull it out towards the program. But from what I read, the Shagori are the one in charge of Eco Atlantic. Many Yoruba people, you will suffer till you refuse to accept that self-determination is the only way out now. Many of you will probably die. You might not even see the Yoruba nation because your expectation is that Nigeria will be able to fix a lot of your problems, but you will die along the line, either through medical welfare or through suicide. Something will eventually kill you anyway, because Nigeria is not designed to take care of its citizens. Nigeria is designed to hate the citizens so that you do not prosper. And if you challenge Nigeria, if you dare challenge any authority in Nigeria, your life is at risk. That is why a lot of people are very scared. They don't want to say anything. They're very quiet. They don't want to get involved because one more consequence of doing that. But if we come together in one block, if we come together in one fold, we can defeat them. Number one, they're not more than us. Yes, they might have security, that have weapons and threats and all such. But if we all unite and come together, Moki brother me, Adekanyi, Olariwaju ní Paris, Ebankalaji, Yusuf Olaide, Majasola Moke, Simon Adebisi says they are all mental scammers. So if your expectation is that one day, like I'm saying, if we come together in one fold, good morning, Dizzy Man 123, if we come together in one fold, in one block, we can defeat these criminal politicians and we can take back the control and the territory of the Yoruba land. It is possible, it is doable through self-determination. And the self-determination means that we need many people to support it, to engage it, and to be part of it. Is not to say, Yoruba nation, no, we would all be involved. We would all work towards making that dream become reality. Because the Awonibo, they are not expecting that dream to come true. They are not even praying for us to get to the dream where we will take back our property. What is our property? The territorial land that was given to us, just as they have their own. The English have their own land. The Scottish, you can't go to Paris and claim it. You can't go to France and say, Money France. You can't go to Germany and say, I own it. No, you can't go to Japan and say you own it. We own that territory. Britain, Oluri Brukunwo, and when what created, that changes the direction and the way Eledumare created the territory for us to manage. And everybody can manage whatever you have. Okay? Around the world, everybody has what to manage. You manage what you have. If you don't have certain things, you can import it, you can buy it, you can negotiate, but do not go and steal. What Britain did in 18th century, 17th century, 15th century was they were stealing resources that doesn't belong to them to build their own system, which is what is now part of what they are enjoying today. They took resources, and not just Britain, Belgium, Portuguese, Spain, France, they were all stealing from Africa. They were stealing in large quantity. They were stealing resources that did not belong to them. We might not be having enough technology to have developed those resources, but we could have partnered with them. We could have said, okay, if you want cocoa, why not bring your factory, produce the chocolate here and export it to your country? But they were literally stealing. They were stealing from us. Even it got to a stage that Belgium, King Leopold literally took Congo as a second country. They were cutting people's hand. The Kenyans were fighting the Mau Mau that wanted to say that this is our land by now, and you call it now. How can you come from thousands of miles from the ship, then claim that you founded the Niger? We own it. How? Or no? But the gullible idiot Nigerians that have just been born some 10, 20, 30 years ago, that doesn't understand their history, think that boy, they are more special than us, they are more better. We have been civilized people before they came to that continent. They came to that continent to destroy it, not to make it better. We could have been developed like South Africa. South Africa is in a big mess. Go and see South Africa and see how the suffering took everything from the South Africans and turned them into puppets. Took everything from Zimbabwe and turned us into puppets so that we can continue to beg. I was watching a video yesterday on X, and the guy was explaining that how do we go to a stage where that Africans cannot even travel within Africa? To get a South African visa is even much difficult than getting an American visa. You are better to apply for American visa than a South African visa. So I guess Kenya, from what I heard in that video, is now proposing to open their borders to every Africans for business and all kind of sort of trade, partnership, school. And the guy said that we must trust ourselves as Africans. The Europeans, as I was at the post office yesterday, and the guy came to change 70 pounds to euro. And I was listening, airdrop from where I was standing, about to make a post to something that I wanted to send to somewhere. And the conversation between the counter post office guy and the guy that came to change money was, oh, where are you going? Somebody changing money, because we don't spend euro here, we spend pounds. Oh, I'm going away for the weekend. Yeah, this so surely what you cannot go away for the weekend to the nearest border, which is Benin Republic, without being marginalized and treated as second-class citizen in between Nigeria and Benin. Do you know that you can go to Benin for the weekend and then have fun and return back? And if you're going to Benin, you are meant to at least change money from Nigerian post office to SAFA, and then you can go and spend it there. It's equivalent to what the guy was planning to do. He was traveling to Greece for the weekend. Young boy, young man, he's a black guy. Do you know the reason why he can do that? Because first and foremost, he has at least a document that can allow him to travel out of UK to Greece for the weekend. Whether it's a British passport he's holding, I don't know. Because not everybody that lives there carry a British passport. Some carry other European passport that allows them to travel within the European countries. And I think we've talked about this before in one of my broadcasts. I've seen all those videos, but if you send it to me, that's fine. Yeah, Ms. Faye Davis says, I will send you the video of the recent clash. I follow the story. I need enough resources. If I have enough resources, I will have sent my team to go there. I can't be sending people to go out when we don't have money to operate. Media needs money. And I was listening to Yoruba Wuyi. She was frustrated on the program yesterday. She was concerned, you know. The 10-13 Solati Joy, I might be know that I diverted a little bit. We've been talking about it for how many years now? At least 3 years. What happened at Ile on Wednesday night stroke Thursday is just a small inch of what is going to happen in Yoruba land when they actually activate and kill us. Because all my power, whether you like it or not, they will kill us. They will kill a lot of us because we are very stupid people. Láti prepare mind wa pé problem ń bọ̀. Your politicians will not be affected. I can assure you that. Ordinary people. When I was telling my wife yesterday that a woman lost 40 million naira. Do you know what 40 million naira is in a very tight economy like Nigeria today? Nobody is going to pay compensation to all the traders that lost money at Ile-Epo close to after Yanokwaja. Between Wednesday and Thursday, millions of naira of traders that are struggling in the first place without no support. Breakfast, I listened to the video, but if I send it to me, that's fine. Where one of the women was saying that our bandits don't deal at Kano. So they know that they are bandits. But I am here now. I just woke up. Pardon the most Italiano. Ìyàwó mi tell brother láti disturb me. Ti rí pé tí bá ti sùn bẹ́yẹn, ọmọ fi mí lẹ́nu. Mo kàn tají ìtọ́gbọ́n mi. Mo wá wo time. Okay, ilẹ̀ ti mọ́ náà. Tí bá ṣá pè mí pé kí wọ́n lọ ṣiṣẹ́. Màá láti dìde láti lọ síbi iṣẹ́. So you can think that I don't have a job or probably I don't sleep. No, I do sleep. I slept off just after my dinner yesterday. I had a very good dinner. I don't have to tell you what I ate yesterday. And as soon as I finished the dinner, I downloaded my videos because I don't leave my videos on social media because I have to keep it as a backup for myself. Because I can wake up in the morning and then I remove all my videos from YouTube and Facebook. So Bubu sweats me, because that is my own sweat. And I just slept off. I was playing with my children. I just knew that I slept off. So I woke up, and when I woke up like that, I go on Twitter, I see what is happening, see if there's any message from Chief Sunday Igboho, because that is the priority for me. No message, okay. No message from Papa Kitoye. No message from my mom and everything. Then I just said, okay, let me just, turn the camera on. Doesn't matter how many people is watching me. But the problem is that many of you are stupid. The Fulanis are getting closer to us. They are on our doorsteps, but as enemies. So I'm sorry, those of you that lost your wealth at Ilepo. This is the reason why we are saying you cannot control migration without securing a border. And you cannot secure a border if you don't have your own independent country. It's a fact. This man says, under Yoruba nation self-determination, we will be exporting intellectual economic right. Intellectual property rights that can create trillions in value. We will rebuild the Yoruba nation cities, towns, and villages. Rebuild the Emikwe. Anywhere in Yoruba within the next 30 years, about that duro tagba country waton. Line here obodo mama shiko the mama pe the mama ne ojolonro agboyin no obodo ribe. The technology is too good for you to be deceived by these bastard politicians that cannot even produce a Nigerian satellite to monitor our forestries, to produce business, to produce connectivity and connection to support you as a business. We're dealing with animals. Animals from the zoo that came from the north and destroy us. They don't have properties. Awala lon rent ile, àwọn olórí burúkú wọn inú ọjà ló ń sùn, or inú truck wọn. They are animals. Ibẹ̀ náà ló máa yàgbẹ́ sí, ló máa tọ̀ sí, ibẹ̀ náà ló ń bára wọn sùn sí. Gé pọ̀ láàrin wọn. Ọmọ Yorùbá náà gbèdì sílẹ̀ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ mọ́tò wá gbà sí fún. Tó bá lóyún lóyún. Mad people all over the place, mad country. And we are here educating and saying, we will live with some of them, but I live in a country like this where most of me my fingerprint in me. Money, fine. Since I'm not going to commit a crime, take my fingerprint. I don't want to go back to Nigeria. I want to live here. Okay, part of the condition is that we will take your fingerprint, Mr. Koiki. I said, fine. What's up for me? My fingerprint in me. So every time I travel out of the country, when I come back, one can tell me by to confirm me minimum padabo. Come on, brother me kono padabo, bomb bastard. And you yama jeshe guessing lara kato dele Yoruba tan loyin and shiri. Àwọn pariwo pé wọ́n pa wá, ṣé rò pé pípa ton pààyàn yẹn, ẹ rò pé inú abúlé Èkìtì nìkan ni. This Ilé Epo was in Lagos State. Where is Sanwo-Olu? Àwọn olórí burúkú politicians. Where is the state speaker? Olórí burúkú tó jẹ́ Agége yẹn, torí ẹ̀ pa bí wèrè yẹn tán ló jẹ́ owó níjọ́ òní. Obasa is the speaker of Lagos. Olóṣì ní gbogbo wọn, olórí burúkú ni wọ́n. They are bomb bastard. Wọ́n ní ṣoríire. Traders that are suffering in the first place in that shithole economy have lost money. I don't know the true story behind it. Actually, but wọ́n ní Biafra nìkan àbáwúsá kan ó jẹ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú 16,000 naira. How can 16,000 naira turn to a place where you literally destroy the Yoruba economy? And you know, economy will not destroy. One power ní méjì mẹ́ta nínú igbó. One destroy economy and one animals. And then we are sitting here. You can answer me quick and shut up. We monte monso. Èmi ò kún ní business tí mo ṣe Nigeria. And I don't plan to invest in that contraction until I can see the vision that we are going towards into. Oh yes, Tabatigba Yoruba country, yes, I will invest. And I will be taxed. And I'm ready to even pay tax. Because tax in Milo Mama told you I want to need physical challenge. When I was at the post office, like I said yesterday, thank you so much, Dizima123, for your support of your contribution to Koikimedia every month. It's coming up to 6 a.m. in Ilojo Kẹrin, Oṣù Karùn-ún, ọdún 2024. This is Koikimedia. As I'm saying, many of us today, we've been deceived. We've been told lies. We've been given false hope. Thank you so much, John Famous, and to all our Biafra brothers and sisters. I give shout out to you and to your Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa. Like I said, I was still in communication with him a few days ago. It is not for public consumption what we discuss. Olushi. Simon Ekpa discuss. And no Yoruba person can ever tell me not to work with Simon Ekpa. Or people paying that. Koiki, we don't want you to have any relationship with Biafra. And Shiri. Jenny Dashi. Jenny, any weapon down. Owolani Kadasi YSD and Nissin Adawo. And Katu Dawa to my baby love for worship. Very difficult, ethnic group we are. A little Dawo gone for month for worship. The corner grandma wati omowoku. Oloma phone kemo. She sent me videos of her properties. Nigeria. Yoruba at Sudopo. She actually sent me a damage to Shelesi ile yayen inye grandma Toluwalashe tomowoku ninu bomb blast. Don't let Chimakinde deceive you that it's not a bomb blast. It's a bomb blast. What happened on the 13th of January in Ibadan was a pure bomb blast. Thank you so much, Christy Eshetabu. Thank you so much. Look at the damage. I know you might not see properly, but look at the damage of the bomb blast of this, my mother property. That lost a son, Kehinde Toluwalashe. Remember that young man that traveled to Ghana, eventually went to Nigeria, but died during the bomb blast. This is the mother's property in Ibadan. This was the current video. The roof alone is going to cost us 7 million. Where is the government? Properties destroyed. How did we get to where we are? It's because we have a situation where, look at the properties. No support from the governor. They'll come on air and tell you lies. Look at all the property. They're just fixing it. Why should I fix the roof here? It's going to cost us 7 million to get the roof fixed. Fulani wa destroy wa. Awatumalo wawu lati fix property wa. I'm sure what happened at Ilepo. Look at all the properties. People are just trying to build back their life again from the incident that happened in Ibadan. Some of you have even forgotten. So she's also trying to put herself together, and at least she lost a son. Died in that process of a crime committed by a Fulani terrorist. Just as we saw in Ilepo, where the Yoruba businesses were destroyed. But we are very quick. That is why I hate hypocrisy. We're not here defending the Igbos or the Biafrans. But we are the most hypocrite people. Hey, Koiki, also fake that Lagos Igbo. How do we take care of our people that their livelihood have been destroyed now in Ilepo? Within 24 hours, businesses worth millions of naira were destroyed. There was a particular truck that came with the fruit worth 77 million, completely burnt to the ashes. Who paid for the compensation? Who look after those businesses today? Nobody. It's because we have left our borders open to criminals to come in and kill us. In the process saying that we are one Nigeria. We told you that we are not one Nigeria. Elongbo, Intoluri, Buruku, and Juri. Mokiyami Tony Olaoye. Mokiwubamo Felodun. The only group that is working with some other groups to bring chief to the UK. You think we don't have other things to do? Koiki Onishe now. Sitting there, I feel easy ki ma joko 2-3 hours. You be more Nishe. More Nishe now. More Nishe. Businesses worth millions of naira were destroyed within 48 hours, within 2 days. When now fire brigade to work with kote pano they literally chase them away. This is not in Ondo State. This is not in Osun State. This is in Lagos State. Ilepo after Yanopaja by Abulegba. Who pays for the compensation to these our mothers? Who is going to pay the compensation? Who is going to look after them? Who is going to support them? Is that how it's going to end? We will do inquiries. Àwọn tí ilé wọn bàjẹ́ during the bomb attack in Ibadan, the governor has not paid compensation. Individuals are fixing their properties, trying to see if they can at least get a roof back on their head. We were told 7 people died, according to the governor. Multiple people are still having psychological problem. One of them is our grandmother that sent me the video yesterday. But when we say but we just saw another one at Ilepo. It's just that the difference is that the one in Ibadan was a bomb attack. The one in Ilepo was a fire thrown into a Yoruba market. So the young man that I met talking about is traveling to Greece yesterday at the post office, was going away for the weekend. Many of you should be having the same opportunity. Weekend. Okay. Ghana, by air, by road, by train. This is how the British citizens and the European countries operate until UK pull out of the European Union after 35 years. And there were no killings and nobody died when they pull out. When you come in, your job is to share the program and click on the thumbs up button to like it. That is the only thing you can do for us. It's not giving me any money by doing that. You're just sending a signal to the algorithm of the YouTube that this program is worth watching. Comment in Jesus' name. Amen. In Jesus' name. Traffic. I see you. Everybody's looking for miracle. And we're all looking for something to save our life and souls. But a little man save life and souls. We don't share it. We don't comment. We sit there as if we are no moons. But over the church in Mumari program here now. And you continue to donate as well. Because it's bringing a miracle. Yoruba nation is a miracle on its own that will transform a lot of things. Oh, Latvia or Jesus can operate in UK now, where everybody knows that. Why are we living in denial? You're not even allowed to do certain prayers in this country because it might contradict with other people's religious belief. But because at a Waninu system, until we pray, the hospital is not meant to close in this country for 24 hours. Shift the local mashi. Why shift the lonely nelo? Me to watch shift tieni. Iṣẹ́ ìlú ìwọ̀dẹ̀ ń parí ẹ̀. Iṣẹ́ ìlú ìwọ̀ kì í parí ẹ̀. Tó bá ní o fẹ́ ìwọ ló máa ó máa kọ̀ kú dànù twẹ́. And the country will move on. And the job will replace you. I have learned that in 24 years of living in this country. èmi ni máa parí iṣẹ́ ìjọba ìlú yìí, irọ́ ló pa. The hospital is meant to be working 24/7. But in Nigeria, àwa ṣe àkọ́kọ́ ń pray fún Fáyẹmí kọ́lọ́run fún ṣe kó lè hospital fún wa. Is that not madness? Àkọ́kọ́ ń pray pé kí wọ́n lè rí market ṣe tó máa ní security. This morning you go to Dustin Market now. People are already setting up. There's a system there to verify ta ló fi wá tajà níbẹ̀. I have sold in certain market in this country. Back in market, wọ́n máa gba document ẹ̀, wàá lọ ṣe insurance. Because it has to be. But in Nigeria, Iruwa Ogiriwa, you don't even know who is who. Benny, some operations are non-stop in this country. Tó bá stop, ẹ̀mí máa kú, ẹ̀mí tó pọ̀. There are always disasters, but there's also backup to make sure that those disasters will be ready. Mr. Bamidele Aliu said, what happened at Ilepo is a warning for Yoruba people. But the same, okay, brother, but the same Yoruba people are the one attacking us. Mrs. Faith Davis said, yes, the British and the other doesn't want us to leave by funding the tout. They're not even funding the tout. They are funding the terrorism. We know that the West is behind most of the Boko Haram attack. Because you are in danger. You would have to then import food to consume. And every day you must consume. Within the next 1 week, is it a kama pariwebi? Ìyàwó mi gbé oúnjẹ kan wá níjẹta níjọ́ Thursday. Ó wá sọ fún mi lánàá pé ṣé mo mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó yí mo gbá òun gbé wọlé yẹn school àwọn ọmọ wa ló ti fún wa. Ó dùn mí gan pé mo tètè take picture. I've done one before like that. Carrots, this, potato. Inú school ló ti fún wọn. Àwọn parents, you just pick whatever you want and take it home. Bó bá jẹ́ Nigeria ni, wọ́n máa ta fún yín ni. Àbí káwọn kan jí lọ kọ́kọ́ lọ́lé. How did we get to all this? Is because we are operating a system that doesn't work. Moki brother me the real non. Shikiru Alanemoke, good morning. The young man that I met at the post office, there were 2 incidents I saw at the post office yesterday. There was another woman that came in. I don't know what she was doing at the counter, but at some point they were asking her, what kind of benefit is she claiming? And I picked up on what she was claiming. She's claiming what they called universal credit. And I'll explain what universal credit means to you, according to the UK government website, www.gov.uk. Idiot all over the place. Thank you so much. Good morning, my sister, my auntie, Jennifer Baseki. I'm a lawyer to Danton in the UK. If you're looking for one lawyer, I can raise my hand and say, yes, check her out. I can guarantee that she will not compromise. I don't know whether you saw the news yesterday, auntie. I'm sure you must follow it anyway. If not, let me give you the heads up. A lawyer was sentenced by the Home Office yesterday. And that is why you have to go to lawyers that knows what they are doing, that will not tell you lies. I'm sure you must have seen it. If otherwise, if you go on the Home Office website on the Twitter, I've got it right in front of me. A bogus immigration lawyer has been jailed for 7.5 years and had 700,000 pounds of her assets seized. Flora Mendes, con 19 victims. Con, just like Dupo Nitiri and Ejile, 419. Con 19 victims into paying for fraudulent immigration applications with no chances of succeeding. If you break the rules, you will face the justice. This is exactly the system that should have worked in Nigeria, but it never did because it is not meant to be. Greetings from Dallas. Thank you so much. Guns Link YouTube. Thank you from Dallas. with a face there now, bogus solicitor jail for selling fraudulent immigration advice. That is the difference between a reputable immigration law firm. They'll tell you straight up, if you don't have a case, rather than trying to connive and convince you, and you pay for those advice. So don't think that when you go to and meet my dad, my auntie, no, you have to pay for consultation, okay? It's not free. I might give you free with the little I know, but when it goes to the main lawyer, you will pay. Thank you so much, Deruno. So let's move forward. So remember, we're talking about two incidents yesterday at the post office. The post office in UK is a very big franchise. And let me just check something. Post office. The value of the post office today, I believe, is still under the government. I don't know. Why is he giving me a what in? No, I just say what. Okay, let's say value. What is the value? Based on analysis of two surveys administered by YouGov. YouGov is one of the website that does a lot of, statistics and, analysis of surveys that you can rely on. The post office. Listen to this. This is what Nigeria should have produced for 63 years. Thank you so much, Olga 404. Says Koiki, whatever you are worshiping will surely bless you. Thank you so much. The post office has an annual social value of 3.8 billion pounds sterling to consumers and nearly 1 billion pounds to small, medium enterprise. You can literally do everything now from the post office, from your travel insurance to changing money, not like the one you do in Nigeria where you're looking for a bookie to change money. And we're using that to fund terrorism. Like 4 people were jailed, or 8, I believe, in United Arab Emirates using the Bureau de Change to fund terrorism. If Nigeria was meant to have been great, as we are told, your post office should have become one of the biggest revenue for the government and job provider. 3.8 billion pounds sterling value to consumer and 1 billion. How many people are post office employing in this country? Post office employs how many people? Again, how many employees does post office have? People are also asking. I want the whole of the post office, not just one. How many staff are employed? Okay, let's put on Royal Mail. All right, let's put it this way. According to what I'm reading here, how many staff are employed by Royal Mail? 6 days a week. 6 days a week. Mokib Yawa Busayo Abbas. Salami Benga, thank you so much. Good morning. 6 days a week, apart from Sunday. But some other posting service operate on Sunday. 6 days a week. We deliver mail to 30 million addresses. A country where you cannot move goods from point A to B without being scared or being kidnapped. No good road network, no rail network. How do you move the millions of addresses or mail to be delivered? If terrorists was operating on the M25, M1, A40, how do you think you would get your post in your house in the morning? The politicians know that there is only way that a country will work. No security, you don't have a country. Why do you think that the UK is concerned about people that are coming into the country that we cannot trace their origin, and they'll become a threat, especially those coming through the boat. Like I said to you, my fingerprint was taken because that is part of the process if I was going to stay in this country. And we have today multiple people burnt down Ilepo market. And one woman lost 40 million naira within 48 hours. Owó tó fi ń ṣe business. 77 million also was lost. Only God knows how much by the time the money that was lost at Ilepo, and some idiot olórí burúkú tẹ́ ní ṣoríire will come and tell me to keep quiet. Kò ní dá fún bàbá ẹni mo sọ. Bàbá ò ní ṣoríire. People that we don't know their genesis, we say they are Nigerians. Okay, they are Nigerians from where? Is it Nigerian from Mali? Or Nigerians from where? From Sudan. That come on the truck, come to Lagos, stay with us. Oh, they are good people until there's a small fight because one won 16,000 naira from what I was told. I don't have full details. And probably maybe they refused to pay him out. I don't know what happened. How can a 16,000 naira problem end up to somebody losing 40 million within 48 hours? And you expect me to live in that society? And when we tell you that Nigeria is a place you set up a business, you are likely to die of heart attack when things goes wrong that is not meant to be. Oh, shit happened here. When the young man was killed in Tottenham, places were burnt down. I witnessed it. But compensation was paid back. Who pays those mothers of ours that this criminal that we cannot track, we don't have them? Some of them are probably back on the truck on their way back to Kano. They have nothing to lose. Well, Kukuni little rent in the first place. They have no tires. All they do is they sit in Lepo while goods are sent from Kano to them, and they sell it and they return the money back. That is how they operate. And even if those that have been caught, they are just going to be chopping food on behalf of the Lagos state government because in the first place, they have nothing to lose. But it doesn't concern you because it is not you that is affected. I am not affected. I don't know who is affected, but there are Yoruba people that have been affected in their businesses. Imagine people go to Dustin Market and burn it down. That's exactly what we're talking about. So the post office, from what I'm reading here, delivers 30 million mail. It takes the hard work of 150,000 employees to keep things running smoothly. 150,000. 150,000 people work. Imagine if that is equivalent to what is happening in Nigerian post office today. But it cannot happen because Nigeria was not designed to work. Let's break it to smaller units so that we can trade. Oh, shut up, Koiki. We want to be bigger in numbers. Oh, Lushi, what is the essence of being big when Gilberta is 32,000 in population, one of the overseas territories of UK? I did a program about it 2 days ago. They are not up to 40,000, Gilberta. And they're running an operation works as it's meant to be. There will be sometime disaster. There's nothing we can do to disaster, but there will always be preparation when disaster happens. That is when you bring the soldiers out from their barrack and fix things. But in Nigeria, the soldiers are there to manipulate and kill you, as they've done during the NSAS. And when we sit here talking, some idiot will come and tell you, shut up. Anybody that tells me to shut up, who pays the compensation for those mothers of ours that have lost money because somebody won 16,000? How did 16,000 turn to where they were burning down businesses of Yoruba people? But the same gullible idiot, we've been telling them to keep their guards, that things will become messy. These are sleeper cells that have been kept around us, and they're just waiting to activate. It might not be today, but they did activate between Wednesday and Thursday, and millions of naira have been destroyed. in a market that is feeding that community. Universal credit. There was another woman at the post office, and they were asking her what benefit is she getting, and she said universal. I mean, you know, if you're getting a benefit in this country, you have the right to say it, especially when you are asked by officials, because something you must have brought in. I don't know what she was planning to do, but she was signing a photograph. There's a form in front. I can't see the form, but she was asked what benefit is she getting. Imagine if our mothers that are struggling because a man impregnated them and they ran away, they become single mothers. Many single mothers in this country are working and they're still being looked after by the government. So what is universal credit? Nigeria has what it takes to take care of at least those that do not have the means to support themselves, either through things that are not their fault, especially when you have physical challenge. Gotta charge some of my devices, especially this one is not charged. And I have to make my tea. Good morning, everybody. Continue to say Nigeria is going to work. We will die trying to fix Nigeria. Your parent cannot fix Nigeria, and you think that you are too intelligent. You know how to fix Nigeria. You will die trying to fix Nigeria. I can assure you that. You will die. Nobody can fix Nigeria. Nigeria has come to expire. We must allow it to dissolve so that we can start building a society, a system that works. Looking for one of my plugs, because this one's telling me it needs to be charged. Universal credit. What does it mean? There are so many benefits that many of us should have been taking from Nigeria. Even scholarship. When they were giving scholarship, now they give scholarship only to their own people. The scholarship is no longer for everybody. Universal credit. Many people claim universal credit in this country. I'm not being interrupted, but I'm going to turn the camera off because if not, there's no way we can. I don't even know where my plug is. Keep buying plugs every now and then. I'm not being interrupted for now. Just bear with me. See if I can use one of these. I need to go and make it tea. Let's try this one from this laptop here. Good morning to everyone and happy weekend. We are discussing the right of the Yoruba people to self-determination. Don't let anybody fool you and say self-determination is not allowed. You have the right to self-determination. Good morning, Peter Pan, my brother. How are you doing, sir? Mr. Olademeji Lawa, good morning. For years, we've been telling you that Fulanis are not joking. Trying to move one of the phones. Let's move this one. So let's use this. Let's put this one like this. And then put this back a little bit here. Let's put it that way. And then I need to buy another one like this. So now it's better. You can see my face. What universal credit is. So this woman claiming universal credit, I just want us to have a background to what it is. Universal credit is a payment to help with your living cost. Many of you today are struggling to live in a conducive environment. Is not of your fault. If the government was building enough housing like Jakonde, My grandmother was living in one in phase 2 near Denijadili until she died. But it was bought for her to live in. Many people in Nigeria today should be getting what they call the universal credit to support your living cost. It is paid monthly or twice a month for some people in Scotland. There's difference between Scotland and England. Those of you here will come back. It's just that the Instagram is 1 hour already. It is a cost to support those that are living to pay their rent. Why don't we have the same system? It is because they want to keep you poor. Like somebody told us, Operation Keep Them Poor. You may be able to get it if you are on a low income. This man says, Fayemi Health Center, which looks like a rundown garage, is a disgrace to humanity. Fayemi, please stop telling Yoruba people to remain in one Nigeria when president can't even live in Asoro. As I'm told, Tinubu is recharging himself in France as usual for his medical. Buhari spent the same time in UK looking after his health. We are talking about universal credit. Nigeria has the wealth to have taken care of everyone that cannot or needs help with their living cost. So the universal credit applies to people not just in England. It also applies to people in Wales, which is just less than 5 million in population. People in Scotland, and even those that live in Northern Ireland. If you already get other benefits, universal credit is replacing the following benefit and tax credit. Child tax credit. What is child tax credit? Child tax credit is a benefit that helps with the cost of raising a child. Many of you today, it is the government that is meant to be raising your children through support of income to those beautiful children that you have. But your children are suffering while their children are enjoying. Nigeria has the wealth to give child tax credit to every child that lives in Nigeria. But they're not going to do that. Because doing that means that your child will be healthy, your child will be worth it, and your child will have value. But your foolish politicians don't want that. They want you to suffer. They want your children to suffer. That is why there is no benefit system that applies to you, neither to your children. Your children don't have access to those things. Child tax credit is a benefit that helps with the cost of raising a child. When we have a country, every child must be given child tax credit. Your children, the politician children that are living abroad, do you know that some of them are even enjoying these child tax credit, even though their father are stealing so much wealth in Nigeria? Especially if they are born here with the right citizenship, they have the right to be given child tax credit. And I've even been updated by Mr. Banki Olani, says child benefit has increased since April, thanks to them in England for the support. That is why, as much as we might not be pleased that Britain created Nigeria, But a lot of us are pleased that they are still looking after many millions of children across England, Wales, Northern Ireland, and Scotland. Whether through child tax credit or through housing benefits, income support, income-based job seekers allowance, JSA. The population of the youth in Nigeria is 60%. Do you know that you are entitled to job seekers allowance until a job is secured or we train you? That is how the system is meant to be. That is what Baba Olowo wanted. That is the future that the Western region was meant to give us. That, oh, Nishelowo, we must start paying you until you secure a job or you will be redirected to go and retrain for something else as an apprentice. I said it yesterday. There are jobs in this country that will be paying you while you are being trained. Today, many of you are sleeping and waking up with no value in the society. And if you sit and do nothing, you're likely to become a criminal. Millions of people complete their NYSC and there's no job. Do you know why? It's not your fault. It's because the foundation was never designed to work. Thank you, Olani. Say, I cry for the Nigerian future. There's no future in Nigeria. But most of you are waiting that that future is coming closer and closer, but rather it is declining. Let's look at something. Job seekers allowance. How many people are on job seekers allowance? According to the DWP, known also as Department for Work and Pension, I guess, national statistics as at last year published 14th of February 2023. Yama Jepuponoyi for saying that you don't want a Yoruba country. You will suffer for using that word and saying, I want to say Yoruba nation. Your market will be burnt down. You will lose money and you'll probably die of heart attack for your negligence of not supporting something that will bring a better future and competition for us, that can identify criminals among us and take care of them and neutralize them. Continue to believe that Nigeria will work with the next election cycle. You must be crazy with your PVC. These statistics applies again to England, Scotland, and Wales. 3 regions, 3 different parliaments, operating their separate system, but working on the center. Even though we call them United Kingdom, but 3 of them go out and represent UK when it comes to football. We have the Welsh football, we have the Scottish football, we have the England football team. None of them is fighting each other to get into the team because it's 3 teams representing United Kingdom. And they put crazy people together called Nigeria. And we are all fighting to become part of the national team, to play, to represent Nigeria. When we can have the Biafra team, the Arewa team, and the Yoruba team, and they will all go and represent Nigeria, if truly that was how the system was meant to be, until Agurosi destroyed it in 1967 or 66 or whatever that was. The Western region was propelling and was moving very fast, competing around the world, using the same universal credit to look after ourselves, free education, free healthcare, producing millionaires. Cocoa house was built, businesses was operating, radio station was operating until the military took over and destroyed everything Baba Awolowo prepared. The English were happy that the vision of Awolowo was destroyed because they knew and sat with Awolowo during the negotiation in the 50s. They knew his capability. And Olori Brukomo Yoruba to Ekoma support the vision of Awolowo. They are now supporting the vision of Lugard. Eni Shoriri. Koiki, I like your program, but this you're swearing it could dafun bye. I bet Oni Shoriri. If you're one of those that ever tell me that my cursing is one of the problems you don't like my program, Oni Shoriri Musofuno. Because if you know the pain that even though I am not in Nigeria, the pain of what we are reading and seeing in the Western world that Baba Awolowo was bringing up to our vision was destroyed. A bomb bastard. I received a message. It might be on our Instagram, but I'm going to close it. I want to read something out quickly. Oh, okay. I can leave it here. I can read it from here. This was sent to me by a 65-year-old mother of ours in America. And this is what she sent to me. This was sent yesterday. Great brother Koiki, you Igbo and others that are faithful like you will take us to reach Yoruba nation. In fact, I couldn't wait. I had already commented when you started before, and I later realized that I have your number. I supported the cause being raised upon those who are saying Yoruba nation cannot be actualized. She support the cause for not able to give our people benefit, housing benefit, child's benefit. Some of you are stressed out because what you're looking for is meant to have been provided by the government of the day. So this, my mother, says that I supported the cause being raised upon those who are saying Yoruba nation cannot be actualized by the power in the blood of Jesus Christ. Yoruba nation has been actualized in Jesus' mighty name. Koiki, white lion of our time, you are deep in the blood of Jesus Christ. Amen. Igbowosha, the same prayer for you too. Likewise, our able professor Akitoye, Agba, Ajenida, and the rest people. Brother Koiki, Yoruba nation, we want. My siblings have been in America since 1970. Since 1970. If they don't actualize Yoruba nation, my siblings will not come home. Even my children, because they are scared about Nigeria. I don't have parents, no husband. If Yoruba nation comes into reality, I'll be happy to be there. I am 65 years old. Bomb bastard, almost 30 years old. Also, Nigeria, mother, you are crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. You are being fooled by the fire me and the fire she, all the criminals that are deceiving you, that there is still hope in making Nigeria great. Koiki, we will make it great. It's just that you guys are too in a hurry. Idiot all over the place. Abiba, it's nice to see you, my beautiful sister. It's been a long while. Thank you so much. Mo fẹ́ fún any statistics of people that are claiming job seekers allowance. What is job seekers allowance? Owó tó máa ń fún àwọn tí kò níṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́. Government pays them every week or every two weeks or whatever. Benny, somebody has been in America since 1970. They want to return back home. There is no home to come back to. Oh, yes, people come for a few days and three, but we're talking about the future where people can return back and start supporting the soil, the territory. So we want to look at the statistics according to the Department of Work and Pension, DWP. And this applies to England, Scotland, Wales, 3 countries in one union with Northern Ireland. Koiki, we are better to be big. No, we don't have to be big. The big cannot look after us. It cannot provide the basic things of life. The basic things of life. What are the basic things of life? Shelter over your head, healthcare, welfare, education, and security. Nigeria failed to provide that, and it can never provide it. That is why Ilepo was burnt down. Because if truly the country was working as is projected, Lagos State would have been able to fish out the criminals in Ilepo before Wednesday when they destroy Yoruba businesses. You are not affected. I understand. But it is just that the same way, we are all in economic war. Ogun Oroaje. I told you this some few days back last week. I said economic war. Somebody was able to translate it for me. Ogun Oroaje. Imagine people that have business that are struggling. Economic war. Some of you think that Inugbo ni kon lo. No. The main headline figures. Simple rhyme say, remind me of that professor from America that vowed not to return. Yeah. That is a professor, yeah, Tawasi Bennett. He was almost lynched to death. Forgot his name now. I was still seeing his post yesterday. I remember him in a minute because I follow him back to back on Facebook. Mokiawa Joke Omolayo. I pity a lot of people that do not understand what Nigeria is all about. Professor Muyo. His name is Professor Muyo. He posted something yesterday on his I do follow him. I think that's him here. No, not this Professor Muyo Lonje. Professor Muyo, something like that. Yeah, I will not lay. Professor Moyo Okedeji that came to Nigeria and was almost killed. Yes, thank you so much, Professor Moyo Okedeji. This was his last post 9 hours ago. 10 reasons to marry an old man. Limota called me. I pick up my phone. Limota, Professor, is this a good time to talk? Me, you know it isn't. It is 2 a.m. here. I'm supposed to be sleeping now. Not talking. Limota, but I have an urgent question and you don't sound like I woke you up. Me, quickly, how can I help you? Question mark. Limota, it is this old man or this grandpa who lives near the apartment into which we just moved. He says he wants to date me. He's almost 70 or me. How old are you, Limota? Limota, Professor, I told you last time we spoke that I am 26. Me, this old man, is he wealthy? Limota, he seems financially comfortable, owns his home, has a cool SUV. What do you think? Question mark. What do you think people will say? That I'm a gold digger or grave digger? Me, you cannot control what people think or say. You can only control how you react to what they say. Limota, so should I date him? He asked me to marry him. Me, I can give you 20 reasons to say yes. I am going back to bed now. In the morning, I will send you an email message with 20 reasons. I sent out the following message titled 20 Reasons to Marry an Old Man. Number 1, beauty. Everybody looks beautiful or attracted to an old man. I know. I am like that. His eyes are not that good any longer. Plus, he's not all that physically attractive anyway. So he's careful about criticizing the looks of others. 2, memory. His memory is not that good. I have no memory left. If you offend him, unless you remind him about it, he has forgotten. 3, time is no longer money to him. See, I am speaking with you in the middle of the night because of insulini. He has 24 hours in a day to care for you because he can't sleep. 4, money is either financially comfortable or is not at this stage. Me, I am broke. Your man is wealthy. A young man is different. You never know. He could start rich and broke by 60. 5, infidelity. He will be faithful to you. His randy days are over. 6, longevity. If you have children with him, the children will inherit his longevity gene that is good for you. 6, he knows what works sexually for him, and da. He's a great man, Professor Miller. And he also talks about a lot of things. Osoyin, when the single leg is better than 2, Osoyin expressed the notion of less is more. Osoyin is a divine intervention that protects human from harm, pestilence, and impairment. Like Olodumare, Osoyin sees everything, both the visible and invisible to the human eye. But the most powerful Osoyin has only one eye. Osoyin hears everything, including those audible and inaudible to human ear. But the most powerful Osoyin has only one ear. Osoyin goes everywhere, including places accessible and inaccessible to the human leg. But the most powerful Osoyin has only one leg. The more legs of the Osoyin, the less it can't travel. It can travel. The more the eyes of the Osoyin, the less it can see. The more ears of Osoyin, the less it can hear. Osoyin keeps its energy inside a metal star. As a descendant of those who invented Osoyin, one enjoys the authority to be imaginative beyond the ordinary. An artist feeding on that tradition is free to create an Osoyin with 16 legs, 16 eyes, 16 ears, or any number they want. The Osoyin that I have created here has 2 eyes and several legs. The important thing, less is more, as Osoyin teaches us. The largest head is not always the most brilliant. The tallest person may not be the strongest. The loudest mouth may not be the most logical. That is the memo from Osoyin. He's an artist, and he does things from different angles. His name is Professor Moyo. He says he will never return to Nigeria. My brother in America vowed to return to Nigeria ever again. He sell all his property. Peter George just says so, the same thing as well. Let's continue with the job seekers allowance. We want to give you the statistics. Mr. Fatai Mogaji, good morning. Yes, we Yorubas are very intelligent. We have so much to sell to the world, but the Nigeria is holding us backwards. But I pity Yoruba people that are thinking that the fire meals of today, the fire chef today, the Benga Daniels of today, the Yemi Osibajo, the Tinubu will bring a better Nigeria for us while we Yoruba remaining there. No, we can't remain in there. We got to pull out, and we got to pull out very fast. For every day that we are now understanding that the world is now waiting for us, the world continues to revolve. It is entirely up to us to move fast and get the hell out of Nigeria. If not, we will all be stuck in Nigeria and we will be frustrated. Maybe not all of us, because some of us will be privileged than others. In the year 2022, the number of people receiving state pension rose by 130,000 to 12.6 million. How many of our mothers are getting state pension in that crazy country? Thank you, Nigeria. People that have worked hard. I wonder when a Yoruba person, Tiba Bear, Shisheti in Nigeria, ni railway, ni waters, ni water corporation, ni NEPA, water gbogbo, ni government office, ni private, and they're getting state pension. Put it there in the comment section and let me know. Some of them, they're probably owing them only God knows amount of money. Do you know that these are money that they saved and they're meant to be enjoying at their old age? But in UK, in August 2022, the state pension rose to 130,000. 12.6 million of our people, including Yoruba people, Igbo people, Hausa people that live here, that have worked, are getting that. They don't have to lobby for it. From the time you're retiring, letters are getting to your house from the Royal Mail. Remember I told you that Royal Mail deliver 30 million mails every week, if not every day, according to the statistics we read earlier. We gave you the value of Royal Mail, 3.8 billion. We talked about 30 Royal Mail works 6 days a week. We deliver mail to over 30 million addresses in the UK. It takes the hard work of 150,000 employees. It's not your fault that you don't have a job. It's because Nigeria was designed on a 37-story building built on a bungalow, and you expect it to stand there without collapsing. Nigeria collapsed from the day British created it in 1914. But they fooled every one of us to get independent using Nigeria. Oh, you can't reject that Nigeria because Allah created. None of your gods that you believe in created Nigeria. Not Jesus Christ, not Muhammad, not our tradition, Ifa created Nigeria. Nigeria was created by Britain for a British business enterprise. Nigeria was even sold less than 800 and something thousand pounds by George Goldie. Ẹlòmíì ò tẹ̀ mọ gbogbo kìíní tá à ń sọ yìí. Ó kàn mọ̀ pé wọ́n bí òun sínú Nàìjíríà. Kí ni nǹkan tá à ń sọ yìí? Àwọn Nàìjíríà ni mí. Yes, it's because that is what you were told. Yoruba people have been in existence for 13,000 years, more than that, before Nigeria was created. In 15th century, Ijebu-Ode was already a city before the Portuguese exploration came to our town. Today, Ijebu-Ode be backward war zone. Ukraine is fighting a war with Russia in the last 2 years. They have electricity, they have internet, they have the basic things of life. They have hospital. But you don't have the basic things of things. Top people are bad that lost the general hospital tetanus kosi elese abo fese Google of a treated. Lossy Ekiti General Hospital. I'm not talking about Afe Babalola Private Hospital. Go to your general hospital and just say that in Kokon Shenikun of Ekobe Egbesin scan MIR. Many of you are dying slowly. Pretender nini. Continue to support those in outside Nigeria that their children are enjoying the basic things of life. Don't buy state pension, don't buy universal credit, don't buy income support, housing benefit, child tax credit, job seekers allowance. Àwọn cousins ẹ tó ń sọ fún ẹ pé má dá Koiki lóhùn, wọ́n níṣẹ́ nílùú yìí, but wọ́n fún wọn ní job seekers allowance. And I want to give you the statistics of how many of them. Àwọn tó wà labroad, ìwọ máa bi wọ́n lẹ́ẹ̀kọ̀ọ̀kan pé o gbọ́ kankan lọ́dọ̀ Koiki, wọ́n náà máa ń fún àwọn kan ní child tax credit. Ṣé àwọn àbúrò mi náà máa ń gbà? Wàá rí tó bá jẹ́ ẹni tó nice ẹ á bẹ sọ̀rọ̀ dáadáa, tó bá jẹ́ èyí tó nice á ní kí ló dé tó ń béèrè. Ṣòro ó mọ̀ pé ó ti dààmú nìyẹn. Ṣòro àwọn cousins ẹ tó wà labroad, èmi ò mọ̀ America, mo ń sọ̀rọ̀ ti UK, tí wọ́n wá ń sọ fún ẹ pé Nàìjíríà ṣì máa dà, wàá béèrè wọ́n pé àǹtí ṣé àwọn ọmọ tí yín náà máa ń gba tax credit, child tax credit, child tax credit, pé èló ló máa ń gbà? Àǹtí ẹ̀yàn máa bí ẹ pé kí ló dé tó ṣe fẹ́ mọ̀? Because ó rí pé ó ti fẹ́ wá intelligent ju orí ẹ lọ. Gbogbo wọn á máa lọ sí church nílùú yìí, wọ́n á máa lọ mọ́ṣáláṣí, gbogbo wọn pátápátá ni wọ́n ń gba support lábẹ́ government. Not everybody, but at least ọmọ kọ̀ọ̀kan ló ń fún ní child tax credit nílùú yìí. Wọ́n á sọ fún wọn pé kó máa pray pé Jésù fẹ́ tó dé tó máa wá fix Nàìjíríà. Ànábì máa dé tó máa gbé àsàlátù dé tó máa fi transform Nàìjíríà. Ṣebí ìmáàmù Lágbájì àbí kinní kan wọn wá UK tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí pariwo pé ẹ̀yin olóṣèlú wa ẹ̀ ṣe dáadáa. Mọ̀mísí mi ló sọ fún mi, mo kí ọkọ ìyá Fọláyàn. wọ́n nígbà tí ìmáàmù yẹn wá àbáfàdé ni sí London bí last I don't know when he came because I don't follow all these people. Ṣe dáadáa o èyí olóṣèlú wa. Oh, you think Nigeria don't have the wealth? We have the wealth. Wọ́n ló dáadáa ni. Tọ́ba ló dáadáa ni Yàyà Bello tí ẹ̀kọ́ ti gbé kó yẹ kó wà nínú ẹ̀wọ̀n. Ṣèbáwọn kan lọ tó jáde nísìnyí lọ́n protest pé kó fi Yàyà Bello sílẹ̀ because of the speed tó fún wọn. Are you not one of those? Ìbí wọn náà gbaṣọ lọ́wọ́ wọn, o lè máa mọ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ nísìnyí tó ti mọ̀, o need láti wọ́rí ààrẹ pẹ̀lú wọn. Mo ní olórí burúkú ní gbogbo àwọn olóṣèlú yín wọ́n ní ṣoríire, ògùn máa wọlé pa wọ́n lẹ́yìn kọ̀ọ̀kan ní Koiki ni mò ń jẹ. Wọ́n ní ìwọ tó bá wá sọ pé máa ṣoríire, ìwọ náà ní ṣoríire. Because they are part of the people that are keeping us in the shit hole. Àwọn náà ń ṣiṣẹ́ fáwọn olórí burúkú òyìnbó nísìn. O kúkú ní gbé ní penthouse, o ní ever ṣiṣẹ́ ní kí ni building tán kọ́ sí kò ní ṣe fún yín. Tí Davido náà fẹ́ra property tí America fẹ́ kọ́ embassy wọn sí nísìn. Ẹ rán mi létí, ó sápá mi lórí ọkọ̀ ya, ẹni tó bá rántí. O kúkú ní gbé níbẹ̀, ò ní ṣiṣẹ́ níbẹ̀. O ní kankan ṣe pẹ̀lú Sokoto. So kí ló fẹ́ keep Nigeria fún? O kò ṣáà fi keep Nigeria. Inú ẹ̀ ṣáà fi dùn pé ká keep Nigeria, ó lòṣì. Ó ń farawé ẹ wo bí yẹn ṣe ń dọ̀bálẹ̀. Ìyẹn Tẹ́ni tó ń kọrin yẹn. Àwọn lòṣì, àwọn olórí burúkú. Ṣọ́mọ nìyẹn. Dọ̀bálẹ̀ fún criminal. Mo kí ẹ brother mi Yẹmí Fátókí, kò ní bàjẹ́ fún ẹ. Ìyẹn máa ń fún mi lówó látẹ̀kọ̀. Alomba sọ̀rọ̀ Daniel Uchechi say you no get better resources than the South, fake people. Who are you talking to? Kí tó fún ẹ lésì padà. Who are you talking to? Who are fake people? Who are fake people? Daniel Ilechi. I want you to reply back before I give you a reply. Who are the fake people? Who are the fake people? Ṣé àwa ló ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ pé fake people ni wá? Before I reply you back. Because olórí burúkú pọ̀ náà ẹ̀yin púpọ̀ náà ẹ̀yin ọmọ Ìgbò yìí. Tẹnu yín máa wá rough. Nígbẹ́nu yín dákẹ́ tẹ́ bá ti wá sórí platform. Àwọn ò ló ń pè ní fake people. Simon Ekpo ní ever pè mí ní fake people. Kò ní dá fún ẹ. Tó bá yẹ pàwà ló ń pè ní fake people. Tó bá dẹ́ ṣàwà ló ń pè ní fake people. Á dá fún ẹ. Bomb bastard. Ẹ máa wá sórí platform wa. I go to your platform and listen. And I don't have to comment. And I respect your platform. But what's your platform? Not even Simon Ekpa will ever talk to me anyhow. Cut this video and tell him that I said so. Any shorty. I want fake people. Don't put any fake people. Anything. Backup channel. Comment. If any mole aye ma binu mo share comment in Latin koni. If any mole aye. No. A gbọ́dọ̀ fi idiot yẹn sílẹ̀. Ara idiot yẹn náà la máa dé pẹ̀lú olóṣì ni wọ́n. Ara àwọn tá máa lé kúrò nílẹ̀ Yorùbá lélẹ̀ tó bá yá. Àwọn ló wá ń pè ní fake people. Very bitter people. Ṣé àwa la dín Nnamdi Kanu sínú president ni? Ṣèbí Fúlàní ló mú Nnamdi Kanu? Ṣé Tinubu ló mú Nnamdi Kanu ni? Àbí Ìgbòho ló mú Nnamdi Kanu? Ó ní ṣoríire. For coming here and saying our fake people. Bàbá ò ní ṣoríire, bomb bastard. Yọ kúrò lórí platform. And any Igbo that comes down and come and talk nonsense, I shake with him by. Not even Simon Ekpa can talk to me anyhow. I respect him and I value him. Don't come here and come and disrespect us. Nishoriri. From bastard. I want fake people. Nishoriri. Lori Bruko Moibo. Let's come back to the conversation. Monini Louis. I have the numbers in front of me. We can try to wine a dear colleague, understanding. Ọmọ Yorùbá ní oníṣẹ́ lọ́wọ́. Yes, it's a big deal. Government gbọ́dọ̀ máa sanwó fún ẹ every week until tó máa fi ríṣẹ́. Oh, need láti ṣe máa lọ tọwọ́ bọ máa jalè máa fún. Oh, need it. But it's because the system was built on a fraudulent way. Bàbá Awólọ́wọ̀ gbàdúrà pé kí ìyà jẹ wá náà. Àwọn kan rò pé resources náà, human talent la máa fi jẹun, la máa fi lówó lọ́wọ́. Japan, kí ni resources ti Japan ní? Mo ti block ìwé ìdànù olórí burúkú ọmọ Igbo ni, bombasta. Kò ń ṣe gbogbo wọn lórí burúkú, bọ̀ púpọ̀ nù olórí burúkú ló pọ̀ nù wọn. Ìyẹn làwọn Yorùbá ṣe like wọn, àwọn náà kúkú like ara, àkúkú like ara wa. Employment and support allowance fell by 6.2%. 1.7 million claimants. Income support fell by 21% to 170,000 claimants. Job seekers allowance fell by 35% to 89,000 claimants. This is up to the year November 2022. Housing benefit fell by 7.9% to 2.5 million claimants. Do you know what they are saying here now is that in 2022, December, 5.8 million people claim universal credit. 5.8. Kí ló ń pè ní universal credit? Universal credit is replacing the following benefit tax credit. Nínú universal credit, the child tax credit wà, housing benefit wà, income support, job seekers allowance, income-related employment support allowance, working tax credit. This is what you are meant to be getting as a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We have what it takes to be able to pay each one of us. But they refuse to, because they are stealing the big amount of money to suppress and keep you in what they call Operation Keep Them Poor and destroy our economy. Ogun Oro Aje. Do you understand why your uncles that are living abroad in UK, their children are better off than your own children because they have the benefit to start with? Ìjọ tó bá ti ń bímọ sílùú yìí ni wọ́n ti rí pé yes, ó wà entitled. Kò wá ń ṣe gbogbo ọmọ tó bí sílùú yìí. Kò ń ṣẹ̀yìn tẹ́ṣẹ̀ ń dé lórí COS ọkọ àti ìyàwó tẹ́ bá bímọ sílùú yìí ẹ máa faṣẹ́ tẹ́ máa fi tọ́jú ẹ̀ ní. You are not entitled to the benefit. Èmi gan tí mo jẹ́ bàbá àwọn ọmọ mi, ìwé tó fún mi sọ pé mo ò ní right. It's a public recourse. Do you understand what that means? What capé? So not with Abagba Yoruba nation, ọmọ Igbo kan akọ wa gba ajàǹfààní gbogbo tá bá ní. No, a máa capé. Ọmọ Hausa ò ní jàǹfààní ẹ̀. Àǹfààní àkọ́kọ́ wá fún ará ìlú gangan tó ń pè ní citizen. What is the benefit of you being a citizen of a country that cannot take care of your father and your mother? Ó wá ní ká keep ìlú yẹn kò ní dá fún ẹni mo sọ, ò ní ṣoríire. You should be more bitter than me, but were bitter because ìyà ti mórí yín. Ẹ ti wà in the poverty stage. What about mental psychology, mental faculty, what dàrú? You cannot think alone anymore. Money Fulani ti wọlé tó fẹ́ destroy wa. Ẹni kì í shut up pé mi mo fẹ́ gbógun wa. Wọ́n wá wọlé lọ pa yín ní ilé epo. Thank you so much, okay, Chidi. I know the good Biafra will never come on Koikimedia, not even on Koikimedia, and disrespect this platform. Not even with Koikimedia. About the on platform to go, you come on this platform as a Biafra or Igbo and disrespect me, I will curse you. As of 2 days ago, I was still in communication with your prime minister. Some of you don't even have access to him. If I call him, he's going to pick my call. That is the cordial relationship that I have with him and the utmost respect I give him. So if you come on this platform and try to disrespect my platform and my people, I will curse you. That will not stop my relationship with the Biafra. It's just that you as an individual, Olori Buruku Niye, and I'll do the same thing with the Yoruba people that disrespect you. I will not. I will not. I think I'm. Bro, mad people all over the place. Mokibuwale can say very good morning. Many of you should be getting child benefit, but you are not. Is it deliberately not to? They don't want you to wake up. The evil politicians knows that the day your minds are open and clear, that will be the end of their shenanigans against you. And they're doing everything to stop it. While we are doing everything, I'm going to come back on Instagram here because it's 1 hour. That is why we are pushing, educating, trying to say that, yes, we have had issues in the past. History has never been great. And all that is because Britain created that. It is Britain that created that. They knew that the day that we will all be one is when we are not marched together in Nigeria. Once again, a very good morning to those of you that have joined us as usual. We're just 1 hour, 41 minutes into the program. And as we continue to say Nigeria is a terrorist state that continues to kill innocent people in the southeast and massacre people in the northeast with the Boko Haram that has been brought to us. Mokibuwale Nkosi. You see, that's your Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa. Cordial relationship I have with him. And nobody can change that. Even though some of our Yoruba people are not comfortable with it, but that is their own cup of tea, not mine. We are still on the 5.8 million people are claiming universal credit in this country. If Nigeria was truly a country, it should have the system to look after us as citizens. The money is there, the wealth is there, the human talent is there. Let's go further. People can claim more than one DWP benefit at a time. 22.4 million people claim some combination of DWP benefit in August 2022 of the 17 benefit included in these statistics. Nigeria has the wealth to give us benefit every month if the resources were well managed, from the Niger Delta oil to the gas, to the human talent, to the farm. The resources can be used to make sure that every Nigerian have access to the resources, but rather they sank and drank those resources, and those resources were never used to rebuild Nigeria. Those resources were used to build countries outside Nigeria. And that is why we are where we are today. And that is why people are saying, no, this is not right. Let us rework it. They started asking for restructure Nigeria. They knew that if they restructure Nigeria, it will favor you as a citizen. But they said, no, we're not going to restructure Nigeria because they are happy with the way the system is. They gave you a fraudulent constitution to go and start to use in 1999. After there was so much pressure, after the whole shenanigans of the 1993 election that Olori Buruku Babangida announced, under the pretense that the election was not accurate, even though everybody voted for MK Abiola, regardless of who they are, whether they are Igbos, Hausas, Yorubas. They voted Abiola, the freest election that we've ever had in the country. But some bastard Yoruba people were also telling Babangida to annul that election because MKO would be very difficult to control. Not that he was a very good guy himself. He contributed to most of the damage that we are witnessing in Nigeria today. So they knew that the Yoruba people were ready to go. The pressure was building after the 1993 for a very long time, until they went to pull Baba Yabo to come and become the president, and gave him a constitution that he never saw and he worked with. He tried his best. The VDP then started managing the affairs of Nigeria. Obasanjo played his role as the script was given to him to be played. That dosed the tension a little bit. Things started moving, not forward, but at least to some extent. He wanted to do the third term. And they said, you that we went to brought from the prison that Abacha almost killed. No, you can't do a third term. They forced him out. He was not happy. He became a bitter man till date. Brought in Yaradua. Yaradua was not very strong. Yaradua was dead in Germany, and they were pretending to keep him as if he's alive. So Nigerians never knew that their president was dead, but some got the hint of it. That is why they never liked Sahara Reporter. He might not be a perfect man, Showore, but at least he played his role. Yaradua's wife wanted to take over. You know why? Because they don't want Jonathan to take over as the president. The drunkard Jonathan, we thought a PhD man, came on board. Then run again after that. It was as useless as tissue paper. So when you see people like Reno defending Tinubu today and Abati, they were part of those that benefited under Jonathan in a large scale. They're all criminals. Jonathan, you charge. What's going on? Why is it not charging? Oh, it's finally dead. Jonathan played his role, but Tinubu decided that he will work with Fulani to bring down Jonathan. And the only way they could do that was work with the CPC of Buhari and the AD to form APC. But there were some dealings that Buhari will complete his tenure and give power back. But Buhari never wanted to do so. He had a different mission. They were playing cat and mouse. All these is kind of the politics that have played in Nigeria since 1999. But they were unable to look after the citizens. And you can tell me how you will look after from the period of Obasanjo to Yaradua to Jonathan. Even people are now appreciating Buhari more than Tinubu. We've heard Yoruba people saying that Tinubu or Buhari took away the love. Do you understand what that means? Because everybody, look, we should be playing politics. Oh yes, that is the only thing that we knew prior before self-determination campaign came on board. But how come that Nigeria could not look after us? Is it that we don't have the wealth? I'm asking. Put it in the comment section. Is it that because we don't have the wealth, that is why Nigeria could not look after us? Muke, Mr. Diolu Patrick, Maburu Koje, thank you so much. My brother Adewale Adeyemi, all the way in Alimasho local government, the biggest local government in Lagos State, and yet poverty can be smelled all over the place. Good morning, Mr. Ahmed Jamil Adekunle. Nigeria is a failed nation. Yoruba nation is the best and the only way for the Yoruba people out of the British colonial master failed experiment that is not working. Nigeria was used as an experiment. Ifani Mole Ayemuke. My brother Ayomi Kundamiju, good morning. Agbaje Wasiu. Oyo State government approved gas pipeline project for Shell, and my question is, where is the pipeline heading to? Probably to the north. Olanipe Conwelty, good morning. Simple Rahim said their thinking faculty have been caged within Nigeria. It is time that you start opening your mind and ask questions. Why is it that Nigeria was unable to pay us benefits? 24.4 million people claim a combination of different benefits in August 2022 in UK. 12.7 million were of state pension age, including those in receipt of their state pension. 9.9 million were of working age. 600,000 were under 16 and the receipt of disability living allowance as a child. Listen to that. 600,000 children under 16 years old were taking what they called disability living allowance. Many of you know somebody that have disability that you have said that is juju or evil person, not knowing that it is just sometimes something goes wrong and people are born that way. But because of our religious belief, anybody to buy, there's a girl called Tower in phase 2 near Denijadele. Not only that she was abused with a disability challenge, she was almost going to be thrown into the water by her father after she was born without a leg. I live with her in phase 2 at Denijadele. I don't know where she is right now. She's probably a big girl now, and I hope she's doing well. Tower Long Porukwe. She lived on the 6th floor. She had to 6th floor. And later on the 1, 2, 3, I think about 3rd floor. Okay, Longbe. She was raped multiple times by people that took advantage of her. Crazy people, crazy system. Boiga Rofai, good morning. If she was living in UK, she would be included of people in receipt of disability living allowance. How many people have heard about that in Nigeria? They are entitled to see disability living allowance. I'm sure one of you knows somebody that have one physical challenge, they can't, tiptoe, something, whatever it is. But we call them devil. We call them names because we are stupid. We have a different mind to those kind of people. Talk about people are bad. But you're going to evil ni to if you need disability, you will find yourself in problem. That's why some of you coming into this country, you got to be very careful. There are things that you will see, you must just keep your mouth shut. If not, you will end up in the prison. Especially in the mouth and day, don't joke or see what you're being on film. I was sketchy there. I be oloshi, bubushi, tension in Nigeria, and you oloshi. You will end up in prison and you'll be deported back to Nigeria. You will turn day to jeki okoe ko joko sinu shokoto e ton let the money lara train you will end up in prison, okay? Ìwọ tó ń wá ọmọ 16 years old, tó fi bá sùn nílùú yìí, you will end up in prison and we will deport you back because you're a pedophile. Gbogbo òṣì tẹ́ ń ṣe Nàìjíríà yẹn. That is why some of you cannot live here without running into trouble, especially in Teshende. You will run into problem. Tó bá bí ẹ̀dá pèèyàn kan ní gay nílùú yìí, kò pè ní lesbian. Bí a bá bá ẹ ló ní kò, bàbá ẹ ló rán iṣẹ́ yẹn, kò má gbẹnu ẹ dákẹ́. Níbi iṣẹ́, àwọn gay pọ̀ níbẹ̀ o. You will lose your job. And you will also have criminal record. You must keep your mouth shut. Àwa náà, I tolerate a lot of things. Tàfi gbé nílùú yìí títí di wákàtí. Mo kí àmì comfort Ológunjà. Now, let's look at the breakdown. Number of claimants. Tó bá ní claimant, àwọn tó claim nǹkankan. Most of you should be claiming something in Nigeria today. Tell me what you are claiming. Or tell me what you have claimed since 1999. Korobá tó fún ẹ gan ṣe kò ti bàjẹ́. Ọ̀kadà tó gbélé ẹ lọ́wọ́, ṣe báwọn náà lọ padà gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. Mọ́tò kẹ̀kẹ́ márúwá tó fún yín níbo ló wà? Ẹ̀rẹ́ pòrà sínú ẹ̀ mọ́. Ilé tẹ̀ ń gbé, ilé slap me, I slap you. Ṣèbí gbogbo ẹ̀ náà là ń rí táwọn èèyàn ń gbé lábẹ́ bridge. Kọ́ máa gbọ́. Ṣẹ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀yin Tẹ́ṣẹ́ndé, ẹ̀yin Tẹ́ṣẹ́ndé, ẹ láti wà very, very patient. Ṣé mọ̀ pé nǹkan tó wà lọ́wọ́ yín ó yàtọ̀ sí nǹkan tó wà lọ́wọ́ àwàtàwà nulẹ̀. Òun farawé àwọn tó ń ṣe wèrè kiri ní gbogbo South East. Ó ń ṣe gbogbo wọn náà ní wèrè o. Má farawé wọn. Máa rántí pé COS ni wọ́n bá dèlú yìí. Student nìyẹn. Máa farawé ẹni tó ní stay. O mọ̀ pé ẹni tó ní stay, òun náà ti jà kó tó gba stay yẹn. O dẹ̀ ń tètè gbà lọ́wọ́ èèyàn, òun ṣe pọ́n máa gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ straight away náà bẹ́ẹ̀. Tó bá lọ sẹ́wọ̀n gan wàá jáde padà síta ni, but tí wọ́n bá lọ sẹ́wọ̀n, ó máa deport ẹ̀ padà lọlé. Be very careful. Most of you that are arriving in UK, ìwọ tíwà tìyàwó ẹ̀ jọ dé òṣì tẹ́ ń ṣe Nàìjíríà tẹ́ ń ná obìnrin, bàbá ẹ̀ máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n nílùú yìí. Bàbá ẹ̀ abẹ́ ṣẹ̀wọ̀n nílùú yìí. Kò sí àdúrà tẹ́ lè ṣe sí, kò sí oògùn tó lè ṣe sí, ó máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀. Don't touch any woman. Don't beat them. And respect them. And value them. Women are very difficult. Sometimes they could run you mad. But we are patient. Gbogbo ìtẹ̀ṣe Nàìjíríà yẹn, forget ẹ̀ sí Nàìjíríà, ó máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ni. Àdèmá deported. Gbogbo ẹni tó bá abuse yín nílùú yìí, ẹ jẹ́ kí n mọ̀. If anybody dare abuse anybody in this country, let me know. Ẹ̀wọ̀n ló máa ṣe. Koiki ọmọ Yorùbá ní máa yẹ kó ṣe wọn kò ní dá fún bàbá ẹ̀, ẹ̀wọ̀n ló máa ṣe sẹ́. Ẹ̀wọ̀n ló máa ṣe. We will push you that you will go to that prison because this is not Nigeria. Orí yín máa pé. That is the system. Okay, láti Italy, Ismaila Bakari. Báwo ni weather long? You will spend most of your time in the prison. We will deal with you. I will make sure that we go after you with all agency that they would even put your name on those lists of people that are criminals. Even if you're still going to be working in this country, you will not get that job that you want. Be very careful. This is not Nigeria, okay? UK long pe bíbá. Kò sójú àánú. Bó bá dẹ̀ lọ ṣògùn, kò lè ràn wá. Ó máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ni. Ó máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n. Don't disrespect when you get to this country. Respect is reciprocal. And cut your coat according to your size. Má fara wé àwọn tó bá nílùú yìí. Ó ti suffer. Tó bá rẹni tó ń gun Mercedes, ó ti suffer kó tó lè máa gun Mercedes yẹn. Má drive kó máa sọ pé mo ní international driver license ò fowó ti Nàìjíríà ò fòṣìwò. Go and get a professional license and start training to drive and forget about your bad habits and get your license. Má dọ̀gbọ́n sí, má cut corners. Má cut corners. Ìlú yóò kí n cut corners. Ó máa mú ẹ, a máa mú ẹ. Ibi báyìí ò ń ṣe Nàìjíríà, a máa mú ẹ. Olè nìyẹn. A máa mú ẹ. Olè nìyẹn. Olè tẹ́ ń jà Nàìjíríà yẹn. Ò ní lè jà nílùú. A máa mú ẹ. Àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ ti ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ rí. A mú wọn náà ni. Mo fi máa dárúkọ wọn. Gbogbo àwọn tó ná kí wọ́n mú wọn gbẹ̀yìn náà ni olè ni wọ́n. Olè ló lè ń jẹ́. A mọ̀ pé UK jà wá lólè. But káwa náà wá sọ fún wọn pé a fẹ́ ṣe Nàìjíríà mọ̀ yẹn ní ká dúró lé lórí. One bastard. Òfin máa mú ẹ. Òfin máa mú ẹ. A máa fi òfin mú ẹ. Ò bá àrùnyàn sí wa pé kọ́ bẹ̀ wá. A ní gbọ́. Ó máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ni. A máa tiẹ̀ tó máa fi dé prison. Mo máa sìn dé prison ni. Torí mo ti sọ fún ẹ nísìn. Ìkékeré máa dùn. Ó ń ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Mo ní kò ní jáde nínú ẹ̀wọ̀n yẹn tí Tinubu máa fi ṣèjọba ẹ̀tàn lọ́dún 7. Àjọ ń gbé nílùú yìí ni. Next year, kọ́lọ́n fún gbogbo alẹ́ mi gúngùn. Èmi àti design máa pàdé nílé ẹjọ́. Ó lè jáde nílé ẹ̀ nísìn. Tó bá bí design dá kó kúrò nílé ẹ̀ lágo ní 11 o'clock. Nígbà tó ní electronic tax lẹ́sẹ̀ is a flight risk. Ó lè sá lọ àti gba passport ẹ̀. 70,000 pounds ló kó sílẹ̀ la fi gba bẹ́ẹ̀lẹ̀. Lọ fi gba bẹ́ẹ̀lẹ̀. I was in the court. Olùṣí. Nàìjíríà ló pe bíbá. Wà jẹmọ yóò yà. Bí mi náà bá commit offence, the same thing tó máa ṣe fún mi náà ni. Ìyẹn ni mo ṣe lè commit offence. Ìyẹn mo ṣe rọra cut your coat according to your size. Má ya mọ́tò ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ pé o fẹ́ sáré lọ Tesco lọ ra bíà. Ọlọ́pàá máa mú ẹ. Kò sóògùn tó lè gbé sára. Ọlọ́pàá máa mú ẹ. A máa tiẹ̀ mọ́lé torí pé criminal nìyẹn. If you don't have the right to drive vehicle, don't drive it. Lọ lórí bus. 3 years ni mo fi ń lọ lórí public transport. Ilé ayé ò parẹ́. Àwọn ọ̀rẹ́ mi ń drive kò kàn mí. Cut your coat according to your size. Má fara wé ẹni tó ti wà nínú system. Tó ń gun Mercedes, tó ń gun Range Rover. Ò mọ irúṣẹ́ tẹ́lòmíì ń ṣe. Olè lòmíì ń jà nù wọn. Ìkékeré máa dùn is in the prison pẹ̀lú ìyàwó ẹ̀. Àti tìmọ́lé. Let's come back to DWP. Lórí benefit ni mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ lé lórí. The same benefit tó yẹ kó fún wa as a citizen of Nigeria. Tó fún wa àwọn olòṣì, àwọn olè, àwọn jẹgúrú jẹrá, àwọn tara wọn nìkan lọ́mọ̀, àwọn máa ṣàǹfààní, àwọn olè. Mo rí MC Olúọmọ fídíò kan tó send sí mi láàárọ̀ tí mo jí. He has the right. Ìbẹ́yìn lẹ́gọ̀. Ìbẹ́yìn lẹ́gọ̀ lẹ gbé business lé lọ́wọ́ ní Nàìjíríà tó fi lọ ná dọ́là burúkú l'Amẹ́ríkà. Problem ti ẹ nìyẹn. Ìyẹn ṣe problem tèmi. Claimant. This was August 2022. Àwọn tó claim fún benefit kan sí méjì nílùú yìí. That is the way it's meant to be in Nigeria, where you should also have access to be able to go and say, ìyà ń jẹ mí, ìyàn kan wá lánàá, káwà fún wọn lówó school. Owó school kọ́ owó school ni. Èbí tí sanwó school àwọn ọmọ mi tó wà Nàìjíríà. Àbó mọ̀ pé mo lọ́mọ púpọ̀ Nàìjíríà. Àwọn ọmọ àbúrò mi ọmọ mi náà ni. One bastard. Wá síbí bá máa fún ẹ wá fún wa lówó. Owó kọ̀ wo ni. Let us all force the system to shut down by demanding for our right to self-determination. Tí bàbá Akíntóyè ní ká máa sọ fún yín. Òun ni àti kọ lẹ́tà sí Tinubu. Ẹ máa fàdúrà tí kọ́lọ́n kó sí nínú kó jẹ́ ọgbọ́n kan sọ. And I'll continue to put it out just for record purpose. Ẹ̀yin military àtẹ̀yin cabal ten plan coup. Somebody called me again yesterday. Òun yẹn ti fẹ́ máa gbé mi lọ. Ní Koiki ṣó tí ń sùn ni. Aago 9 àbọ̀ ti lò. Àwọn olú ẹ̀ ti jẹun. Ló tún kù. Àti pariwo títí lọ́sàn. Oorun náà ló máa kú. Wọ́n ní nǹkan tọ́lọ́run fi wọn àwọn pé kú máa ṣẹlẹ̀ Nàìjíríà. Mo ní bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run tẹ̀ fi wọ̀nyí. Ìgbésẹ̀ tí ń wá, but ariwo tá ń pa Don't Chingbo or slow it down. Oh, yes, what is cool in Nigeria? Today is the 4th of May 2024. I go Meja Bolulu in London. My name is OLAYOMI KOIKI. They are planning coup in Nigeria. Ah, Koiki, you are coup in Nigeria. Umugo. Umugo niye. They are planning coup in Nigeria. And from the vision, the Lord be was money. Ni vision temi kankan fe so, but intelligent our gbọ́ ni pé coup ń bọ̀. And I've been saying this since last year. Official coup. But they are still, and the same intelligence, they mean get. Simon Ekpa is getting the same intelligence, and many other people are getting the same intelligence. So Yoruba people must prepare their mind. I don't know what we are going to do should there be a coup, but we should prepare our mind. Agborogba bititele. Olori buruku ni won. Yoruba people will be part of those that are funding it, and Igbo people and Hausa and Fulani and the West, and Igbo. So let's look at the data from those that claim benefit. Benefit will claim Latin 1999 that we've come back into democracy. Only democracy for the people, by the people. What benefit are you or have you claimed? State pension, 12,579,000 people claim state pension in August 2022. Universal credit. I've told you the universal credit, what it is, what it entails, the meaning. 5,666,000 people claim universal credit. Lakunle Bakers, Shegun Triple DRS, Ifagbemeleke, and many of our GR1 and those of you that are watching me live right now. Personal independent payment. Personal independent payment. What do you mean? Never heard about this before. Personal independent payment, PIP, can help with extra living cost if you have both a long-term physical or mental health condition or disability. UK carry laye. Some of you don't understand, the kind of feelings that we see when we look and ask the basic things of life that Nigerians should be enjoying, but they've never enjoyed it, and they're not likely to enjoy it if we remain in Nigeria. PIP, Personal Independent Payment. Ìjọba máa ń sanwó yẹn fún ẹni tó bá ní mental health condition, physical or disability, difficulty doing certain everyday tasks or getting around because of your condition. Do you know how many people you see in Nigeria, across Nigeria, that are struggling to do certain things because of their mental, physical, or disability challenge? Nigerian government fún PIP, Personal Independent Payment. How many of you have friends, loved ones, colleagues, whether you met them in the school, primary, secondary, that are in this position? Those are the people that the government should be giving extra money. Do you think that all this cannot happen? Nigeria has what it takes. It has the wealth. It's just that the wealth is not distributed accordingly. And it's deliberate. It's a deliberate act. It's a deliberate purpose to keep us poor. But who do we blame? When those that we are now saying that these are the reasons why We can't continue to live in a society where we are not valued. And all these, do you know that you can just sit on your laptop and make the claim and submit it because your doctor will have given you that record? Your hospital record will be there. So even if you try to proclaim that you are entitled to it, they will know. And all this can be applied by just sitting on your laptop. There are two parts of PIP. A daily living part. Good morning, Mr. Larry Lamino. If you need help with everyday task, a mobility part. If you need help with getting around, whether you get one or both parts and how much you get depends on how difficult you find everyday task getting around. Owó tó máa gbà ó depend on difficulties. Sometimes it could just be maybe you have an accident that is not of your fault. The government is meant to take care automatically, and the insurance is meant to pay for that problem. But we've seen many Nigerians that have come on the social media seeking for help after an accident. What an utter nonsense. And you are still thinking that that is a country because I'm already broke influencer on Twitter, convincing you that when Peter B gets there, all that thing that Koiki is talking about will work. Oh, Lushi. You have been deceived by influencer like that Tenny, that girl, that entertainer, prostrating for IB Dende in a flight. Parapata of money, 2,000 pounds. You will expect that somebody like that have value. Even women that saw it say, this is so shameful. How much the faithful? Okay, 5,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds, $1. Okay. You can see why people see themselves as when you should automatically be part of those claiming universal credit if Nigeria was truly working without knowing anybody. In 2022, August, 5.6 million people claim universal credit in England, Wales, and Scotland. 2,774,000 claim the personal independent payment. They struggle to move around on a daily basis like me and you will do. They are being supported. Okoya Falayon say, Koiki, since I was born as Nigeria, I have never get any benefit before. Maybe some of you that are claiming one Nigeria have got it. That is why you want me to stay in Nigeria with you. If you're one Nigeria, put it there and tell me what you have benefited from Nigeria since your birth. Maybe you were getting some benefit. I will get. Mr. Olademejilawa, good morning. Why is it that we cannot think? It's because they've destroyed us. They've kept us by making sure that after the slave trade, we cannot think for ourselves anymore. So most of you cannot be blamed. Good morning, Mr. Celeb Ayonide Mushari commenting, Yoruba Nation is the only solution to the problem of the Fulani bandit killings in Yoruba land, like what happened in Ilepo, in Abulegba, after Yanopaja, not in Okoko Maiko, not in Osun State. This happened this week, Wednesday. Millions of naira of goods were destroyed by terrorists that you are trading with in Ilepo in Lagos State. Mr. Adebayo Ibrahim, good morning. I know most of you don't share the program because you come up and Koiki platform, you're scared. Nobody can do you anything. DSS is not looking for you. Probably they're looking for me. Yes, I know that. Even up to this week, somebody that was passing by to UK, top man, called me and said, Koiki, ma wa Nigeria. Mo bede, nǹkan tó bá fẹ́ ṣe má wá Nigeria rárá. They are looking for you. If you come to Nigeria, they'll pick you up. We will find a way to get you out. But what if you are that? What you suffer from here? Big man. He was traveling past here. He had a number because they're tracking his number. So he had to literally buy a new line just to speak to me. But came out Nigeria, but won't pay me. We book him on so long bow. We book him on so pata. Titi the other Sultan of Sokoto. We came out Nigeria. We messed it on suffer me here. And they disconnected the line. We then talk about going back next time. Mo ní láti ra wọn, àwọn tó pè mí, àwọn máa kí mi. Mo ní mi náà ní mo ní kankan tí wọ́n mú Nàìjíríà anyway. Sí nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ mọ́ gbogbo tí bá fẹ́ jẹ ní Nàìjíríà, máa lọ rà ní Dustin, máa lọ sí Peckham, máa lọ sí Lusham, máa lọ sọ́dọ̀ Olúolú, máa lọ sí local shop, lọ́dọ̀ àwọn Asian, máa lọ rà. Èyí tó bá wá sí níbẹ̀, ìyẹn ṣe dandan. And I wasn't in Nigeria for 15 years before I came back. So I have nothing to lose. But I will wake your mind that, the benefit kankan nínú Nigeria until you die, should we remain Nigerians. Because automatically, as a citizen of Nigeria, we are entitled to benefit. Oh, and in the constitution, I've had Falana, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, SAN, Femi Falana, said it before, that the Nigerian constitution, I don't know which part of that constitution, but I've heard him before say that we are entitled to benefit. But you are not entitled, but the criminal politicians wants to change their wardrobes, wants to change the car that they drive, housing allowance, wardrobe allowance, blah, blah, blah allowance. But you that is fighting on their behalf, watch me now, upset as if I am the one that created Nigeria. Imagine people are upset just the fact that they are seeing us talking against Nigeria. I was watching my ego yesterday briefly. Great analysis as usual, great work he's doing in his own capacity. But our Lenry as the enemies of Nigeria. I don't understand. Because I'm abusing Nigeria from UK, so I am the enemy. So Britain that created Nigeria, that stole so much of our wealth, that Church of England, you heard it, Church of England was part of slave trade. Church of England. Those are not problems. But Koiki, that is now speaking that Nigeria is not working, is a zoo. Stop calling Nigeria as a zoo. Why? You know, they are idiots. It's because some of you, when you get to abroad, you start abusing it. No, I wasn't abusing Nigeria before, but we were criticizing Nigeria for a very long time. Idiots. I was part and parcel of the Nigeria community. Good morning, Mr. Adebayo Ibrahim. Lagos for sure. Says, good morning, Mr. Koiki. Your message is sinking into my brain as going to work here. Ọlọ́mọ bá ń fi ṣọ́ ẹ̀ṣọ́ yín. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ń wa mọ́tò ní Nàìjíríà. Ọlọ́mọ fi ṣọ́ ẹ̀ṣọ́ yín. Ní jáàmù ní jáàmù yín. But all that is just a prayer that you have not checked your brake pad. Somebody will jam you because ẹni tó ń drive down for yẹn olórí burúkú ẹ̀ kò sáfíìsì mọ́tò yẹn láti jẹta. Or system to monitor that vehicle is not motorable. And our accident, the third Milan Bridge, I buy the casino me. It's because the system has failed. Lagos have what it takes, but the wealth of Lagos is not used for that purpose. It is diverted to many other areas that Tinubu needs his own commission, this one needs his own. And I can say to you, a Papa Port does not belong to you or they. I am a Lagosian. Okay, go and work in a Papa Port. It does not belong to you. It is controlled from outside Nigeria because it's a wealthy place. because that is what brings every resources that you are using up to your toothpaste into the country, up to tissue paper. So that port is a valuable asset. American always say, God bless America, but God will punish Nigeria. Definitely. Good morning, Mrs. Abike Shodes. A ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa benefit. Majek for care, my brother. How you doing, sir? I am still talking about Nigeria or UK benefit system. Good morning, Mr. Ibrahim Akanji. Says, good morning, Ekushe Oluwayo Gbagbara Dotun, Ami Jesu Christi. Share the program and invite your friends and family. Ukraine tó ń jagun lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ is far better than the current Nigeria as a stand. Ẹ jẹ́ kí àwọn èèyàn wa lórí Yoruba Nation Afọ̀njá, so that you are probably thinking, Koiki, you never say hello to us here. Olasukomi Adeosunbo says, good morning to you, sir. Stunt Sam. Even Tinubu knows Nigeria is gone. But just because of the power, he won't do anything. He doesn't care about Yoruba people. Salisu Abdul Aziz, a very good morning to you, sir. Ojumori, Salaam alaikum, Aboru Aboye, Famo Tiwantiwa. And to my Christian brothers and sisters, Yoruba Nation is not against Christianity. Self-determination is what we are fighting for. It's an inalienable right. Tinubu might not be pleased with it. That is his own cup of tea. Let's come back to the statistics. How many of you need housing support? If I ask, do you need housing support? Just put it there. I might not give you anything. I just for random check. How many people need housing support in Nigeria today, regardless of wherever you are, in the north, in the southeast? Just put it there. Not that I have anything to give you, you know. Yami Abikeni, yes, sir. Ileti Mongbe, daddy, kò dá rárá. Omi máa ń wọlé tójò bá rọ̀ báyìí àgbàrá ya ṣọ́ọ̀pù ni. Tó bá yàgbẹ́ ní Sùúrùlérè lókè, gbogbo ẹ̀ máa ń wá sálẹ̀. People need support. Citizens always need support. It is now the responsibility of ìjọba láti support. In 2022, August, ní UK, and when I say UK, England, Wales, and Scotland. Remember, Taban sọ pé United Kingdom, pẹ̀lú Northern Ireland, Scotland, England, Wales, àwọn mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin tí ó bá ní competition football, wọ́n lọ as one single block, wọ́n lọ as independent. England máa kó èèyàn méjìlá tó máa lọ represent wọn lórí pitch. Wales máa ṣe the same thing. Scotland máa ṣe the same thing. Mommy Good sọ pé, I need housing support. I am staying outside. Sure. But ǹjẹ́ ìwà mọ̀ pé ní UK, àwọn brothers yìí tán ní kẹ́ keep Nigeria, part of them, àwọn auntie yìí, they are part of the numbers tí mo fẹ́ kà jáde. Housing benefit. Èèyàn mélòó ló claim ní August 2022 nílùú yìí. 2,534,000 ní government fún ní support fún housing benefit. Kí ló ń pè ní housing benefit? Ẹ̀tọ́ láti sanwó lé fún àǹfààní fáwọn tí wọn ò ní. Àwọn kan wọ́n ń san, but government ń subsidize it. Àwọn olórí burúkú politician wọ́n subsidize petrol. Wọ́n fi ń gbádùn ayé ara wọn. Wọ́n fi wá di olówó kalẹ̀. Wọ́n di ọlọ́lá kalẹ̀. Wọ́n wá oppress àwọn mọ́mì wa tó nídìí ilé nísìn tó náà wọ́n sùn ta. How are you? How are you feeling now? Love you. I'll give you your phone later, okay? When I finish my program. Phone hour minimum, loan be back. Housing benefit. 2 million is a big number. 534,000 had access to housing benefit. In the August new. This man says Nigeria didn't have a plan to pay disabled citizens. Disability allowance to all disabled people. The Yoruba nation has plans to look after all disabled people. Disability allowance to disabled people. Employment and support allowance. Ìlú any system. What is employment and support allowance? How many people do not have a job right now in Nigeria? You are entitled to be paid employment and support allowance, ESA. Nigeria has that wealth. People knows that. But it is not managed because Nigeria was not designed to work. Even if they have it, not everybody will have access to it because some people will take advantage and will not allow it to circulate. Okay, our Abimbola or Detonyibo, okay, Ekaboma. If you're new to the platform, it doesn't cost you anything. 67 people are watching, 14 people just thumbs up. Thumbs up here. It's very easy. You can just say it on your phone, on your laptop, on your iPad, even from your TV. You can go on your remote. I do that when I'm watching program on my TV and a thumbs up. A thumbs up. It's not because of the money on YouTube. No, it just helps the algorithm to say that what we are doing here is what to allow YouTube. And it's gone up by just one person thumbs up. 65 people are watching. Ijaya General TV show, my brother, good morning. Thumbs up. Share the program. OLAKUNLE Shita, good morning. We've been in the program 2 hours, 27 minutes. It's not that it's convenient and easy to sit here and be talking and talking. I know some of you are just watching because you have nothing to do. But I know some of you are watching because you want to gain something out of it. Yes, Yoruba country has not come into naturalization, but it will happen. Just as the push for independence of Nigeria came through. It was a lot of negotiation, it was a lot of decision, but it eventually happened. Sunday, of course, even some of us with job are not paid salaries. Can you imagine that? A nurse with Lagos State and how the place banned on migration of nurses. Good morning, Dimeji. How can you work and don't get paid? And you expect people to be morally embedded to that job? Mr. Kenny, good morning. Hey, do you understand? You go and work. Imagine I work in this country and I don't get paid. How am I going to be feeling? For me. But even those that are not working are getting what they call employment and support allowances. And it means that it's a money. If you cannot work because of illness or disability, you are eligible. ESA. Mrs. Olushola Fatweshe Eshegonima. Mokibubanyi Alaja Alhaji. Titi de Saudi Arabia. Mokini Israel. I have a few people that are watching me from Israel. Australia, New Zealand, Alan Conde, all the way in China. I have people watching me in Baghdad. Around the world, including the federal capital city, Abuja. All the DSS offices have people that are watching me. Hello. Hello. How are you? Go and pick Yaya Bello. Pick Yaya Bello for us. He's a criminal. Yaya Bello keeps running behind the current governor. Every time the governor, Baja, they don't tell him. He's not staying alone anymore. He's running after the new governor of Kogi State. Criminals. Let's go back to our statistics. We're talking about the benefits, how people get benefit in UK. Ijaya says Nigeria cannot work. It's just a guarantee. I know the feelings of some Nigerians that, there is still hope. And I know some of you like, Koiki, and hey, Citizen AY. But Burning okay? Citizen AY talks mostly about how religion has been used to bastardize us. Olani Peter, good morning. And Citizen AY is one of the campaigners of the Yoruba people to self-determination. Citizen AY I've been talking about before you came in. I don't know how long you've been listening. The claimants in August 2022 under DWP, people that have been taken care of with one benefit or the other. Maybe we should just go backwards a little bit. State pension, 12,579 people claimed state pension in 2022 in United Kingdom. Universal credit, 5,661,000 people claim universal credit. Good morning, my brother Abe Lincoln, 8383. When you respect us, we also respect you. I know some of you that are listening are from Onitiri side. You are becoming frustrated that nothing is happening on that end anymore. I told you it's a Game Boy that is dead. Onitiri was just another fraudster that deceived you. Don't think back country. Good morning, my beautiful one. How are you? Personal independent payment. I talked about the meaning of that. People that have very, very difficult to move around. They are paid PIP, personal independent payments. And those that get that kind of payment are people that have a long-term physical or mental health condition or disability. People that are having difficult doing certain everyday tasks like myself and you. Citizen AY says self-determination remains our long-term goal. It is time to hold our government to account, which is exactly what I've been telling the people this morning. How do you hold them account? I_Chief_Awekpe Tumofiteledumare Kiyisa. Eba wakpuye to ijade. 66 people watching, 19 people liked, not good enough. We are talking about the benefit that many people enjoy in this country. Adebisi Kabil, Adebola Mukia. Housing benefit. 2,534,000 people claim housing benefit August 2022. All these are your rights in Nigeria, but it is not happening because you are not valued as a citizen. You are thinking that you are a citizen, but you are not. You are just a number and the statistics. And it will remain like that if we remain as one entity called Nigeria. Let's make it a smaller unit so that everybody can be accountable and everybody can take and be taken care of. So we're currently at the employment and support allowance. 1,673 people applied for employment and support allowance. Attendant allowance. How are you, boy? Good. You feeling better now? Attendant allowance. 1,559,000 people. Some of these benefits, I don't know every one of them, but let's see which one is attendant allowance. Attendant allowance is an extra money if you have a long-term physical and mental condition. It doesn't matter what your condition is. What matters is how it affects you. If you have reached state pension age and need help with personal care or need support to check you are okay, you may be eligible. These are money that also should be entitled to Nigerians if the system was working and put in place. But it's a deliberate act that only your representatives are entitled to wardrobe allowance, days allowance, and we're sharing all these with you, not that UK have the wealth to do it. It's tax that they're using while we have the resources. I need good, Loshun. But many people in Osun State are poor. We have water in Ondo State and we also have crude oil. But many people in Ondo State are poor. We have good forestry, Mukinyawa Grace Olushoto. We have good forestry in Ekiti State. But Fayemi says we should keep Nigeria even though it could not build even a good healthcare center as a doctor. We have good forestry that could produce a lot and convert it to high-end product in Kwara State. But people in Kwara are poor. Kogi State has a good mountain. I drove past it a few years back on my way to Abuja. Beautiful place. But Yaya Bello was able to steal so much amount of money, even the people in Kogi are defending him. People always say Lagos is wealthy, but it doesn't reflect in Lagosians. Many of you are living in swamp areas. Those areas should have been developed to standard living condition for you. But it's good like that because people come there and take picture, take video, movie shoots, give you some PP nuts, and they make good money, and everybody is excited. Hey, see people where they live inside Kenu, hey. You shouldn't be living in that condition if Lagos was truly working. Brother Michelle Honor, good morning once again. So you can see the denial, the lies that we have been cooked with. Ogun State is meant to be the industrial hub of Southwest. Look at the roads. Look at the poor people from all the local government. The basic things of life is not there for you. Many of you don't know that Nigeria is the one holding us back. But your politicians are not going to tell you, oh man, I want to try. That's what they'll tell you. Pension credit, 1,376,000 people applied for pension credit in August 2022. England, Wales, and Scotland. Remember, these are three independent parliamentary systems, just as we had it during the Western region. If we have kept the Western region, we could have moved faster than the sound or the speed of sound. Development would have touched every part of Yoruba land. Connectivity, rail network, investment. Today, all that has been taken away because Nigeria knew that the Yoruba people were moving too fast. We can still live in those modern houses, but with air condition and 24 hours electricity. You can still keep yourself as a Christian, but with value and dignity. You can still be a Muslim, but with value and dignity. Even with those two religions, you are not valued and there's no dignity for you as Yoruba person because the Northerner does not believe in those religions that you believe in. So why not cut off from them and let us have dignity and share value? And we can still keep our tradition. Because most of you wake up every day, the North believe that you are infidel. Yoruba. Because for them, they are the true people that carry the Quran. So why then are we trying to live with them? Wow, Kukuni the same ideology, and you cannot change their own mentality and ideology. Some of you will never visit in the North. So why then are you trying to save Nigeria? Oh, you just love the green, white, green. You love the name. Do you know that that name was created? Nigeria. Triple DRS, a very good morning to you, my brother. You're talking about those unemployed, why those who are working are not getting their salaries. You're right, Citizen AY. Citizen AY says, how can we be infidel in our land? Now, I was on the King learning Yoruba. We know that. You know that. I know that. They don't even value the Christian. That's why more Christians will be killed and being killed in Kaduna State. El Rufai spoke in Hausa, not even in English, that never in their lifetime would there ever be a Christian governor in Kaduna State. That's their problem. But we can have a Christian governor in the Southwest when we have our own country. We will run a political party. Yes, we will have parties. We will be respected. We will have our constitution, and we will also have our identity. That is what we are asking for. That is what is called Yoruba Nation. Koiki, Nigeria. Okay, it's because you don't understand the full meaning of Nigeria. Nigeria, Nigeria, was formed, created, proclaimed on us. We don't even know the spiritual undertone of it. For over thousands of years, we were taken as slaves from Badagry, the point of no return. And today, many Yoruba people still appreciate that Nigeria should remain one. It's just that we are having issues with leadership. Oh, we love each other, especially when there's a small problem and people are donating, whether they are evil. Oh, yes, that is natural human, feelings. If I think that the cause of reason for me to shout about it, I will shout. When people were killed during the NSAS, nobody thought whether they were Igbos, they were Yoruba. We all came out. I went to central London. But we are talking about a country. What is a country? What brings you as a country is when you speak the same language and you have the same share value. You will have other people that live with you. I live in a society in the UK where I live with multiple different people around the world. I might not agree with their share value, but we live amicably because the law says we must respect each other while we live in this country. Carers allowance in 2022, 1,359,000 people were paid carers allowance, people that are taking care of somebody that is sick. Disability living allowance, 1,215,000 people claim that, not in Nigeria, in UK, but this can also happen in Nigeria if the system was working. You are believing that Anjuri, you are believing those working with the government. The job of a government is to deceive you anyway and to tell you lies that things will work. That is the purpose of a government. Government tell lies. Okay, you don't believe me. What about all the lies that Lai Mohammed told us? Lai Mohammed, one of the biggest fraudsters that we can ever think of. Where is he today? Lai Mohammed, Baba Ofunya. 170,000 people apply for income support. But the one that brought us to the statistics is the job seekers allowance. Many of you today should be getting job seekers allowance until you are able to get a job or retrain as an apprentice. Then you can become independent and continue to pay tax into the system. So in August 2022, 89,000 people applied for job seekers allowance because they don't have a job. So government was paying them, and they'll continue to review to make sure that they get a job. They'll go to the job center. They'll continue to ask them why they are not getting jobs, whether they are sick, whether they need to be trained, or one way or the other. And eventually, a lot of the numbers will continue to drop down. The job of the government is to make sure that more people can be taken off job seekers allowance as quickly as possible, but sometimes it's very difficult. The reason why many of you are waking up on a daily basis struggling without a job is not your fault. It's because Nigeria was not designed to work. You can argue from now to thy kingdom come, it will never work. It is a failed project. It was a project, but it has already failed. We are so divided. Oh yes, there will be bigotry among us. There will be hypocrisy among us. Yes, that is why we are not one. Let everybody go their separate ways, and we can then see who lives with us, who doesn't live with us. UK doesn't want everybody to live with them. That is why they're trying to cut down the migration net to ship people back to Rwanda, especially if we cannot trace where you're coming from as a criminal, a dangerous one, as a pedophile, as a drug pusher. You will have bad effect in the public sector or the community that you might be living. That is why they're shipping us back to Rwanda. Those of you coming through claiming asylum. And that is UK. But in Nigeria, everything goes. More people continue to be imported into the country through one way or the other. Slave trade, it continue. Crime, drug pusher, all kind of mess continue to happen. I wanted to make a tea. And for almost an hour now, I've been saying that. A very good morning once again. It's a Saturday. Plan B. Good morning, my brother. To my Biafra brothers and sisters that have joined, thank you so much for listening. Biafra is going on. How it's going to happen, their government will decide. How we go out of Nigeria, we will decide. But it's going to be in the interest of President Bola Tinubu not to just ignore the calls of those agitating for self-determination. It will be a disaster to say they can't do nothing. We are not in 1967. We are now in 21st century. We are well connected, well more learned to know what took place and how British was using Nigeria to fight the Biafra war. Yes, the Yoruba played some role there as well, but eventually the Yoruba are now also saying enough is enough. We don't trust Igbos. Igbo don't trust us. Let everybody go their separate ways. We are not one. We can be friends as countries, just as now that I've given us those statistics, and I'm just going to read it one more time, and then we move straight to the next section. And I might stand up for a few minutes because I got to go upstairs and make my tea. Numbers of people that claim one pension or the other, or one benefit or the other in UK. You will never have such. If you have a Biafra country, I can assure you that everybody would have a benefit that you will get from the government. At least security is part of your benefit. Electricity is part of your benefit. Good healthcare. There will still be crimes, but it is the job of the Biafra government to deal with those crimes. If those crimes penetrated into Yoruba country, our own government will pick on it. If you run to Europe as a criminal in UK, they will bring you back if you are found. And they've done so, and they continue to do so. So having a country will not mean that there will still not be crime. Human beings are full of crime. There will still be all kind of crime. People will still want to do crime, either by I have people that still want to drive, they don't want to pay car insurance. It's a crime. That is the nature of human beings. Human beings are very, very difficult people. And that's why people say animals sometimes could be better than human beings. I might disagree with that. So let me give us a roundup quickly again before we move to another angle. Why are we finding it difficult as Africans to move around within Africa? Is because of the European mental slavery. While the Europeans have access to open their borders, to move around. They go for the weekend, they do businesses. Even though UK left EU, there are still agreements to enable those European citizens to live and work here and do businesses. State pension, 12,579 people claim it. Universal credit, 5,661,000. Personal independent payment, 2,777,000. Housing benefit, 2,534,000. Employment and support allowance, 1,673,000. Attendant allowance, 1,555,000. Pension credit, 1,376,000. Carers allowance, 1,359,000. Disability living allowance, 1,215,000. Income support, 170,000. And job seekers allowance, 89,000. Figures are noted with star. Personal independent payment and disability exclude figures for Scotland. What you need to know: this release cover Department for Work and Pension benefit in Great Britain. For most benefit cover in this release, the period cover is up to August 2022. For bereavement support payment, people that lost someone that died, you get benefit in this country. Many of you that lost individuals back home, the government will not even pay you while you are alive. Why should they pay you when you are dead? And I'll leave that for now. And let me just say, according to the August 2022, male, female, new state pension, male get £175.84. I guess that is weekly payment. And female get £170.52. That is what your grandparents are getting to support you bastard in Nigeria that wants to keep Nigeria. The money that they've worked for, that they should be enjoying, they're sending it back home because your shit old country could not provide the services. And those grandmas and grandfathers are sending that money to you to keep you going so that you don't die. And that is why you want to keep Nigeria. When those your granny die, nobody will be able to pay you that money anymore. Idiot all over the place. Bomb bastard. Pre-2016 state pension, people were getting £178.60. As a female, you get 152. That is what people were making on a weekly basis. There was an increase in August 2021 by £6.47. That is how things is meant to be. Pension credit recipient by payment type and gender. A male should get at least 247,000, while a female 478,000. Housing benefit. Private rent sector 540,000 claimants. Social rental sector 1.9. The UK government is pumping a lot of money into the benefit system. Tanika Kayode, good morning. But many of you will never see any benefit in Nigeria because those benefits are being managed by Yayi, Sani Shehu, and the rest of them that have done senators and those that are still doing senators. Continue to pray for Nigeria. You will not gain anything out of it. I want to start up, like I said, let me turn this phone and play something while I come back. Once again, a very good morning and welcome. If you're new to the platform, don't hesitate to share it and go and invite your family members to come and listen to the truth that is away from Arise TV, channels, AIT, NTA, and the rest of those media in Nigeria. They are not going to speak like we are doing because NBC will come after them. Nigeria will collapse. Yeah, I'm smiling. It will collapse. It's just when and how it will fastly collapse is what we don't know. But we are doing everything to continue to bring all the evil and the crime against humanity out in the public domain, and they can't stop it. And that is giving them a concern, both the Western And likewise, those in Nigeria that call themselves Kaba, they can't stop it. They are looking for ways to stop it so that those messages can be reduced to at least the barest minimum so that people will not be convinced that Nigeria should be going down. Nigeria is a Titanic that has sunk. Don't be deceived by, oh, Nigeria is part of those that is the biggest in Africa, those nonsense. That statistics doesn't work for you. You've listened to it before. At least it will take me that bit of time to get my hot water going and then prepare my cup of tea. Not ogi. I think I should tell my wife to make ogi for me. Listen to this. It's one of your former presidents. Britain wants to keep Nigeria. My job is to say no. Nnamdi Kanu, a British citizen, UK put their eyes away. I feel for the Biafrans. I feel their pain. Nnamdi Kanu, a British passport holder, denounced Nigeria a long time ago, was sold out in Kenya, kidnapped, rendition back to Nigeria. Interpol is saying we don't know anything about it. Buhari is back, dead or alive in Castina. Tinubu, we expect him to have released him. They don't. A British passport holder, yet you think Britain don't know what they are doing. They are not pushing Nigeria to get Nnamdi Kanu out. But getting Nnamdi Kanu out means Biafra is coming home. But they refuse to. But one man has taken charge, known as Simon Ekpa, born in 1985, was a runner for Nigeria at some point. A believer in one Nigeria until he realized that Nigeria was not meant to be believed in. He's taking the Biafra home. Believe it or not, Biafra is going on. They will fight with their last blood to come out of Nigeria. And you, as Yoruba, should not be in their obstacle way. If not, you will buy as well. Leave them and let them deal with Tinubu and the military as they feel they think they can. We might not do as they are doing, because we are still negotiating, but don't stay on their way. You will be by along the route. If they give directives, don't listen to Hope Izodema. These guys are not going to live in that part of Southeast. They will be operating in Abuja. Things will move faster than you think. The Biafrans around the world are investing in Biafra. They will spend their last property to invest in this current dispensation of the Biafra government in exile. Forget about all the nonsense people are saying. Simon Ekpa is an agent, blah, 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 blah. The terrorist government are scared of him. They know that he is ready and capable to pull the Biafrans out. And we will continue to pray and support him with whatever we can. And if you're one of those Yoruba that say, shut up, like those think Yoruba bastard. Yes, they are bastard. And many of them like that. Hypocrite. Calling Simon Ekpa out like Seun Kuti, Olori Buruku, Yoruba man. Biafra is going on. They will fight till the last man standing. Don't be on their way when that time comes. I don't know how soon, but I know they are preparing. They are not preparing with sugar cane. They are buying weapons to fight and defend their territory against the terrorist government known as Nigeria. Want Tinubu to negotiate. If not, it will be bloody. Listen to this.
Thinking about how we've been having this conversation about the unity of Nigeria. And I reflect back at some of the prominent statements made by some of our founding leaders. And I feel that probably this will help us to have a conversation on the Nigerian unity. I just brought four, not to bore you. First, and I quote, not my statement, Nigeria is not a nation. It's a mere geographical expression. There are no Nigerians in the same sense as there are English, Welsh, or French. The word Nigerian is merely a distinctive appellation to distinguish those who live within the boundaries of Nigeria from those who do not. This is accredited to Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the former Prime Minister of the Western region. The second one, and I quote, "It is true that we politicians always delight in talking loosely about the unity of Nigeria. 60 years ago, there was no country called Nigeria. What is now Nigeria consisted of several large and small communities, all of which were different in their outlooks and beliefs. The advent of the British and that of Western education has not materially altered the situation, and the many and varied communities have not knit themselves into a composite unit." This is accredited to Sir Amado Bello, former Premier of Northern Region. The third, and I quote, "Since 1914, the British government has been trying to make Nigeria into one country, but the Nigerian people themselves are historically different in their backgrounds, in their religious beliefs and customs, and do not show themselves any sign of willingness to unite. The Nigerian unity is only a British intention for the country."
That is what British wanted. Keep us together. And many of you that wants one Nigeria, it is the British intention. That is why Katrina Lang, she's currently in Sudan, promising Nigerians a better election. Let's listen to this as well. I got to get my coffee going, or my tea rather. A very good morning to those of you that are new to the platform. I'm still missing one of my cables. Support us if you can. The way you can support us, you can send money to me through my Ko-fi. It's ethical. I keep saying it. It's also right to say you support, we can be able to do more from our end. If you want to support, the first bank account is 30 96 80 88 48. If you need other account details, you can go on my website and more details will be posted as well. If you're new to the platform, you want to know more, YSDM is the Yoruba Self-Determination Movement that takes charge of the movement. If you are in a group, you can be part of the YSDM. If you are saying, you're doing Yoruba Nation, and you are not under Professor Banjakito, you are probably under Dukbo Nitiri, that 419 woman that proclaimed that she has brought in interim government into Ibadan. She's on the run right now. She's a criminal. We know that, and she has nothing to offer. So, Rishi Sunak braced for the mayoral result as election result is coming out in a few. I don't know whether the whole result is out. I've not been following it because I'm not interested in that. I'm more concerned about my people. So let's listen to Pastor Femi that spoke about most of you thinking that you can fix Nigeria. Nigeria is not fixable. We must allow it to break so that everybody go their separate ways.
I pray God will give Ashwaju the courage to do it, because it will affect even himself. It will affect all the APC powers. It will affect all the MDs of banks. The MDs of banks are the destroyer of this system. The powerful, the high and the mighty. He is stepping on their toes. I pray God give him the grace to do it. The next thing he should do, tell him if you know him, is to restructure this country. Nigeria is a fraud. One particular tribe repressing the whole of us. Did you hear what Central Bank governor wants to do? Just a department, the operation department of Central Bank, to be moved back to Lagos, where you have 99% of the headquarters of bank. The North is agitated. Don't take Abuja back to Lagos. They don't care. If you all become beggars, it's okay for their oligarchic mentality. I talk like no other pastor talk. I I talk like no other pastor talk. Because I have seen into governance, I have seen into the church. And I know where the problem is in this country. Are you hearing me? They may not like what I'm saying, but they cannot dispute the truth. This country cannot go on like this. Okay, I was talking about those who migrated. I don't blame those that want to japa. You know, initially I was saying don't japa. Do you hear me say that again? Japa if you want to japa. Because you look at the country and say, what future? If it goes on like this, what future? If it goes on like this, civil war is imminent. If it goes on like this, military intervention is imminent. Do we want to go back to that? No. Something must happen. I have always believed that something must happen. Do you see the way we pray in this church? Make Nigeria one. We don't pray. Nigeria is not one, and it can never be one. We are different nations tied together by force. We should still be one country, but let everyone govern himself the way he likes. Are you hearing me? Let the Niger Delta have their oil. Let the East have their resources. Let the Yoruba people have their resources. Let the North have their resources. Let them manage their security. Give them state police. Let everybody guard his borders. Let everybody generate his economy. Why must we generate oil in the Niger Delta and take it to the north? Why must we generate IGR here, all the facts, and take it to the north that generate nothing? The 10 key northern states have Sharia. Sharia says no to alcohol. Sharia says no to tobacco. But alcohol and tobacco is what gives us fat here. And you take the money from there to spend where you say you don't want, but you like the money. Fraud. 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 Unfairness. Injustice. Where did we sit down to make Nigeria 36 states?
Where?
Where did we sit down?
Where?
Nigeria was negotiated 3 regions. North, West, East, 1963, by plebiscite. Midwest came in. Where did we sit down and say we shall be 36 states plus Abuja, and the biggest one taken to the north? More local governments. Then we came with federal character. You are qualified, but from the tribe you came from, you can't be qualified. Now, you can't pass any law in that National Assembly without Northern approval.
Did you hear that?
They are in larger quantity. Deliberately made so.
Did you hear that?
So how do we go from there?
How do you go from there? But stupid Yoruba people, they'll be doing some stupid analysis. I'm looking for my charger. I don't know where. I have to buy the one that is a multiple one because I'm missing one plug and I need to charge one of the phones. If not, we will run out of juice on it very soon. I'm concerned about this phone. I open the phone line if you want to call into the program this morning. Good morning once again to you all as you are coming in. If you're one of those that believe in one Nigeria, you can come online and debate with us. I will give you the airwaves. You will do your argument. After that, we will talk on it and we'll let you go. We're not going to curse you. The number is the same. It's a studio line. The details of how to support Koikimedia have been posted, but we also ask you to please donate to YSDM. Very, very important. But that would not mean that we should not support the media that is running this as well. I'm an independent media, okay? Thank you so much to many of you that have joined me this morning. If you want to call in, the line is open. I've turned the Wi-Fi back on. Plus 447 404 405 917. Rasuk Shegun, good morning. We keep the fire burning. It's taking a lot of us. It's draining us. I can see the frustration in my sister Yoruba way yesterday. It's unfair. We're doing programs. People are not sharing it. People don't like. They don't comment. It's totally unfair. Remember that We are fighting a big monster that doesn't want to go. That monster is Nigeria. But we will fight it until it goes. I want to prepare myself to charge this phone because I'm scared and worried that the battery cell is going quickly on it. So I gotta prepare and charge it. The monster is Nigeria. It doesn't want to go, but we must push it to go so that we can have a better life. The life you have right now is not you. It's a fake life. It's a fake life. But if you support the movement with your intellectual, with your money, it would also help us to push away from Nigeria. It cannot be done without you. So everybody has a role to play. Mine is just from the media perspective, which is what I'm doing. Coming here, doing 3 hours, doing all kind of analysis, bringing your conscious mind to the reality that the way the country. I can take off my robe now that I've been putting on because it's getting a little bit warm, especially with the hot drink. You okay? So now I think at least we have enough juice to go through. I know some of you are always watching me like, what's this guy onto with this Yoruba nation? This thing cannot come true. Koiki, stop wasting your time. That was how they told Baba Olawo and Zeke and the rest until they fought and got the independence for us. So it might be like it's a dream that is not going to happen, but it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when, which we don't know. Let's leave the benefit system that we've been talking about for the past 1 hour, and let's pick on something else again. I want us to look into how many European countries do we have? How many European countries do we have in total? And I'll start giving us the breakdown. Oh my God. Can you get me a tissue, please? How many European countries do we have? What are the 27 countries in the European Union? And who is the 28th member? These are people asking the same question as well. How many countries in Europe? Question mark. 50. Okay. I'm saying 44 and I'm saying 27, but we will find out the exact number.
That's I use this one.
No, okay, don't worry. I'll get a tissue from you. Don't worry. And why are they stronger than us as Africans? Why should they be stronger than us? Countries in EU. This is coming from the UK Gulf. The European country is an economic and political union of 27 countries. It operates internal or single market, which allows free movement of goods, capital, services, and people. They're not talking about you and me. Good morning, young Presido. Good morning, sir. 27 European countries in a single market that allows free movement of goods, capital, service, and people. But why is it that in Africa it's very difficult to move around? Why, Toyekwe, we can't move around within Africa? Why is there so much restriction? What is the purpose of those restrictions? Who create those restrictions and boundaries? Why the Europeans move around The European Economic Area, EEA, includes EU countries, also Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway. Some of these countries are not even up to Lagos State. It allows them to be part of the EU single market. Switzerland is not an EU or EE member, but is a part of the single market. This means that the Swiss nationals have the same right to live and work in UK as other EE nationals. What can we do that those EU countries dictate to us, especially Yoruba people in Nigeria, when we should also be sitting with them as a country of our own and having serious conversation? Let's look at some of those countries that we have as EU countries: Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Republic of Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, where my able Prime Minister Simon Ekpa is based, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, and Sweden. Let's pick on one or two of those countries and try to figure out Kilodeta who are much more better us than us, and why you as a Yoruba man does not feel that we should also have a country and operate in line with the European countries that I'm going to mention in a minute. Why are they special? My children are the ones speaking behind the scene, so just bear with us. I think I have somebody that wants to say one or two things. I'm going to just give them just 2 minutes. Go ahead, Rage, on Twitter Space. You have just 2-3 minutes before I move on to the conversation I'm doing right here. Go ahead if you still want to have the conversation. Okay, so actually drop back to listener, probably playing around. All right, let's go straight to, let's use Latvia. I don't want to use the big ones that we know so much, the Denmark, the Finland, the Germany, the France, the Belgium, the Austria. Let's use Latvia. What country is Latvia? From UK to Latvia is 2 hours, 30 minutes. It's a country in Europe. Thank you so much. The number keep growing on the space. No, not on the space, but on Twitter video. While I have 1, 2, 3. Okay, Israel, Rage, can you go ahead? I thought you dropped back to the listener. Can you unmute your mic and just speak to it? Go ahead.
All right, sir. Am I coming out?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the great work that you do for the freedom of our people. First of all, my name is Rage Fury. I'm an Isoko speaking Biafra, and Isoko land is Biafra, and everybody in Isoko as well as Yoruba, we are all raising up for the freedom of Biafra. And it is the right of the people to be free. So our Yoruba brothers and sisters, it is your right to be free, because the truth is that the stage we are, the age we are right now, it's not the stage where somebody forces you together to live together with the barrel of the gun. You understand? We all have that right to self-determination, like the topic says. You understand?
Yes.
So gun are those things, like even it's a crime, like in marriage, for husband and wife to be here together. Husband and wife who know very well that they are not compatible, that they are continuing, if they continue to lead to, maybe the husband kill the wife or the wife kill the man, and some hour is somewhere holding them together with the barrel of the gun that they must be together.
Okay.
That is a crime against humanity.
Okay.
It's a crime against the earth. So every human being has, in fact, freedom is the right of every human being.
Okay.
That's why God created us and gave us willpower.
I'm gonna steal that your word. I'm gonna be using it. Freedom is the right of everybody. I love that, and I'm writing it down. I'm gonna be using it. Freedom is the right of everybody. Go ahead.
Yes. So that is why God created us and gave us willpower. God has the power to force us to worship in the mosque if the mosque is where He wants us to gather. He has the power to force everybody to worship in the church if the church is where He wants us to worship.
Okay.
He has the power to force everyone to worship in the synagogue if the synagogue is where He wants everybody to worship. But He did not do that. He created men and gave them willpower to choose whatever they want.
Okay.
So God had chosen, like if you can see like Nigeria today, Nigeria is different nations. When you look at our lifestyle in Nigeria, we are different. The way we dress, the way we talk, the kind of food we eat, our religion, our perspective towards life is different. You understand? So why do you keep holding these people together? Even if you are holding them together for their own interest, for their own good, it would have been better. That you are holding them together for the interest of somebody in UK, in London. You understand? For the interest of Britain, for the interest of the political criminals that are used as stooges in Nigeria. You understand?
Yeah.
You can't hold people together with the barrel of the gun for the interest of few. For the interest of few, not even for the interest of the people. Okay. This is why Nigeria should disintegrate. This is why everybody should stand up to fight for self-determination. Because looking at it today in Nigeria, the question you ask yourself is, what do you benefit from Nigeria as of today? I am over 30 years. Everything, even my upkeep, everything, I work for myself. And in spite of that, the government doesn't provide anything. And when I'm able to create something for myself to get as a work or as a job, it is the government that will still bring policies that frustrate all my effort. You understand?
Yeah.
Nothing to get, not that I benefit from Nigeria. So why are you holding me together? So when we go our separate, we will be able to develop our region. You understand? Based on our ideology. Or like me for Biafra now, we have this want to move forward. Like in Biafra, like in the West, I know as well, we have this mentality of moving forward, development, good things. You understand? But our brothers from the north, they might not have the same. You understand? They might not have the same ideology.
What would you say? Because I've not had the view of the Biafra. I've not been able to watch some of your media that are working tirelessly on the issue of Fayemi at an event at what they call the lecture at Prince Emeka Obasi. I know he's from the southeast, but Fayemi is the Yoruba that went to speak there. Fayemi says, challenges, don't give up. Nigeria still emerging. Fayemi tells the citizens. The former governor of Ekiti State has urged Nigerians, myself and you, not to give up on the country as Nigeria is still in its infancy in nation building. How do you respond to such?
All right, thank you very much. These are the people that have kept us where we are forever. The truth is that challenges, how long are they going to last? Are they going to last forever? Challenges that will last forever. Challenges that are programmed to last forever. You need to give up on them. You understand?
Okay.
Because ever since I was born, I was hearing my father saying the word, Nigeria go better. And this Nigeria go better did not start from my father. It started from my great-great-grandfathers. You understand? They said the word, Nigeria go better. They grew old and they died, like this Fayemi is saying right now. They grew old and they died. Nigeria did not get better. They handed over to my grandfathers. My grandfather started saying it. Nigeria go better. Nigeria go better. They expected. They worked so hard. They did everything to say that Nigeria better. And they grew old. Nigeria did not get better. They handed over to my father. My father said the word, and I grew up hearing the word. Nigeria go better. When will Nigeria get better? Is it until Nigeria destroys every life? Like you see the situation of Nigeria today. It's far worse than about 20 years ago. Nigeria is far worse than about 20 years. It's only in Nigeria that last year is better than this year. Look at the cost of living. Yet we live in Nigeria here. Do you know how we survive? Do you know how much they sell 1 liter of fuel in Nigeria today? 900 naira, 1,000 naira black market, 1,005. If you're lucky, you see it 650 or 750. You think that it is easy for people to survive?
Let me ask you the next question. Let me ask you the next question that came out of that, whatever they were doing. And I'm not the ones, saying this. This is what Fayemi says. The violent activities of the separatist agitators in the southeast and the southwestern parts of Nigeria, the Severus, big grammar, VOCIFEROUS, revisionist contestation of the Amalgamation Act of 1914, generalized discontent with the prolonged underperformance of the Nigerian economy, the heightened recrimination, insecurity, and violence, feelings of marginalization, which I believe you might be marginalized, exclusion, injustice, concerns about various dysfunction in the federal system are some of the sources of concern about the future prospect of the country. So he actually mentioned us, both you, the Biafra, and we, the Oduduwa, campaigning, but they call us separatists, even though it's not the right word. What is your response to that again?
Okay, to start with, let's start with the amalgamation of Nigeria. The amalgamation of Nigeria, the so-called people they call our founding fathers. How old were they when Nigeria was amalgamated? The oldest among them was Nnamdi Azikiwe. As at that time of amalgamation, Azikiwe was just 10 years old. Awolowo was 5 years old. Ahmadu Bello was 4 years old. These are children. Are you telling me that these children are the ones that gave their consent for Nigeria, different nations, to be amalgamated? So that is the first mistake they made. You understand?
Yeah.
So it means that it was the white man that forced everybody, that forced all the regions together and amalgamated them, brought them together with the barrel of the gun. That is what happened. You understand me?
Yeah.
So they say you cannot build something on nothing and expect it to stand.
Okay.
When you have a faulty foundation, every other thing you put on that foundation will collapse. That is what we are seeing of Nigeria.
Okay.
That is what is happening to Nigeria.
You
understand?
Yeah.
So when you talk of a violent agitation,
yeah,
how is it violent? If somebody comes to kill you with a gun, would you sit down and hold your hands for the person to kill you?
Okay.
Self-defense is an international, it's a right of every human being.
Okay.
Which is enshrined in the international law. You understand?
Yeah.
Even in the Nigerian law. You know, this talking about violence agitation, you also remember that there was a time these Biafra people, we Biafra people were just doing the battle, just flags. You understand?
Yeah.
We did not even carry stick. We did not carry anything, just flag. They unleashed the Nigerian military to come and kill our people in their answers.
Okay.
The videos are out there on social media. You understand? And it kept happening over and over. Every slight provocation, they come and kill our children. They come and kill our women.
Okay.
Should we just sit down and fold our hands? Should we just sit down and fold our hands? So when you talk of violence, who is bringing the violence? Who is causing the violence? Like that in the southeast, we are at our home. We did not move to the west. We did not move to the north. We are just at our home, saying we want to be free. Because we are not compatible in this union. It does not favor us. We are not benefiting from it. Why would you want to remain in a place where you don't benefit? Why would you want to remain in a place where you don't feel safe?
Okay.
Why do you want to remain in a place where you are not secured?
Okay.
Where you don't know what will happen to you? Where you don't even have the freedom of speech? Where you cannot say your mind? You understand? Why would you want to remain in such a place? You understand?
Thank you so
when
much.
you talk about violence, who is causing the violence? Is the Nigerian government. And the Nigerian government cannot bring violence to the people, and you expect the people to sit down and fold their hands.
And you're right, because even evidence-based from the US recently indicated that Buhari, as at the time in office, created more violence. I was reading, I think, some of those reports, a couple of days. So when people say, oh, the IPOB are destroying their killings, I always say to them, that is a complete false. That is what the Nigerian government wants us to listen to. But we know that report came out. I know America doesn't like bringing those reports when those guys are in power, but now they are bringing those reports out to say that, Buhari funded Ebugbe to kill innocent people in the southeast. They created all the problems, but the problem is, many Nigerians think that, I got a report here. The Nigerian government allowed religious extremists attack and killed hundreds of Christians in 2023. U.S. agencies are reporting. A newly released report of 2024 annual report of the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom has detailed how hundreds of citizens were killed by religious extremists in Nigeria. The report document developed during 2023 and provide recommendations to enhance the U.S. government promotion of freedom of religion, even though the Joe Biden continued to take Nigeria out of that picture, which is what we don't understand. It was there when Trump was there, but it seems Joe Biden have removed it again. But again, like you said, political interest. Thank you so much. We're going to move swiftly. That contribution has been very powerful. I just wanted to take your take, especially on the Fire Me, because I know he was speaking on the Emeka Obasi podium, but he was speaking to say that we should all save Nigeria. I'll come back again to you in a minute. Thank you so much, my brother.
Thank you very much, my brother. And on behalf of the Biafra Prime Minister and the Biafra government, I want to thank you for the great work you are doing for our freedom. Don't give up.
You're welcome.
One day we will be free because it is our right to be free. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's move swiftly now to Latvia. Latvia, as we said earlier, the total population of Latvia, guess what, is not up to 2 million. According to the World Bank 2022, Latvia is 1.87 million. They have their own dialing code. We expect to have a country like Biafra and Yoruba and Arewa with our own dialing code away from the 243, which is the Nigerian dialing code. I know most of you might not understand when we say that the UK is divided into 4 sections. Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. Each one of them represents UK when they're playing international tournaments. Do you understand what that means? What that means is that I want to play football lane in this thing. Scotland goes with their own team. Wales goes with their own team. England goes with their own team. And they are representing UK. My question then is, why should we have all those 200 million people trying to struggle into the national team when we could have been independently away as our own? So let's see Latvia. When I look at those countries, the first thing is I should ask is, how did Latvia gain independence? Because to know the problem, we have to first find the roots of the problem. Many Nigerians know the problem, but they are saying, no, it's the leadership. No, the faulty foundation of the amalgamation must be destroyed before you can tell me any other thing. If you're not discussing the amalgamation, you are a biased individual in what is known as Project Nigeria. We must first discuss why was the amalgamation put in place? And is it possible to de-amalgamate? And if it's not possible, did we consent to the amalgamation? Many people will say, no, Nigeria problem started from 1960 something. No, I'm not interested in all that. It started from the day, January 1st, 1914. That is the beginning of the problem. That is what needs to be destroyed. How it's going to be destroyed will be through diplomacy. If that doesn't work, then you would then understand that violence will kick in and many people will die, which we're trying to avoid. That is the reason why we've sent a letter to Tinubu. He agrees or not is his problem, but that would not stop the campaign. So let's go back to Latvia. I've asked Google, and like I always say, they are very intelligent, bigger brain power. It came back with 1 million results in 31 seconds. You can do the same thing if you have a system that is spare in the house. How did Latvia? Remember that Latvia is part of the European country. So if you as a Nigerian wants to go to Latvia, you would need a visa to be able to go there, and it doesn't guarantee. But these are countries that is not even up to some of our local government, but they have a big voice as a European country. Latvia, Soviet effort to restore the earlier situation culminated in a violent incident in Riga in January 1991. In the aftermath of the failed coup in Moscow in August of the same year, the Latvian legislature declared full independence. Are you listening? The problem that we are having is that our legislature, our senators, our House of Reps, they are meant to be the one to be giving us, the zeal, the power to pull out of Nigeria. But they are the one against us. This is where we are finding it difficult to pull out quickly out of Nigeria. If all the states in Yoruba land, all the House of Reps, if they agreed that Yoruba people should pull out, we can make a declaration. Every one of us come together, we make that declaration, we pull out of Nigeria, and nothing is going to happen. So you can see that the reason why Latvia were able to do that, as at the time they were doing it, is because they were all in that block where they have their legislature, they have their representative, and they agreed to pull out, and they did. And that all happened in 1991. Again, all this was when the USSR was falling apart in 1991. The Republic of Latvia declared the end of transitional period and restore complete independence on the 21st of August 1991 in the aftermath of the failed Soviet coup attempt. I talked about the coup this morning. Yoruba people, the Biafra and the Arewa must prepare should there be any coup in Nigeria today. We must think of what to do, how to act swiftly, so that we do not continue to be kept in Nigeria because there's a coup. They are planning a coup in Nigeria. Don't believe whatever the military tells you. There is an imminent coup in Nigeria. Some of you might say, well, we can declare. It would have been nice if we have our representatives in support of it. But one is support. They are born bastards. They are so much in the Nigeria that they love it the way it is, so that they can continue to keep you in operation, keep them poor, and destroy the Yoruba economy. But the Latvian decided to take what belongs to them. And let's go to the history of the Latvian and how everything started falling apart that have given them the heads up today. Remember that 1991 is not that long. It's not like 1970, 1980. 1990 was when Latvia pulled out. So when you see that the Biafra turns up, Aoma pull out. Some of you say they cannot pull. Look, people have done it before. They will pull out. The only problem is they will have obstacle, especially with their governors that still wants to remain in Nigeria, just like our own governors that still wants to keep Nigeria, because somebody like Seyi Makinde wants to be the president of Nigeria one day, just like Tinubu ambition. Good morning. So where we are today and what we should be doing is to continue to educate people that Latvia is one of them. If Latvia can do it in 1991, how many years from 1991 till today? How many years? About 30 years or thereabouts? Or a little bit more? Is it 30 years? So to put 30, 1991 till to date. How many years? Can somebody help me out? You can say that it's not that it's long, but within the period that Latvia have left, let's first look at some statistics from Latvia and see how they're doing. It's not a big country, so don't expect too much from them. But let's start with their GDP. Remember that we're talking about a country 33 years ago. Thank you so much, Mr. Said Jima. So 33 years ago, a young Nigerian today that was born in 1991 that wants to save Nigeria, but we like to go and study in Latvia for medicine because they're good in those areas, Ukraine and all that, with so many Nigerians get caught up during the war in Ukraine. Many Nigerians today will like to go to Latvia and study in a country that is just under 33 years old, pulling out of USSR to become an independent country. But you can criticize the Biafra and the Oduduwa and the Ijaws that wants to pull out of Nigeria because to you, we should remain one block. But you today, if they give you opportunity to go to Latvia, many of you will go there because it's a country that is worth going. Remember, they are part of European countries, so you can even have the privilege to move around 27 countries where you can prosper. But you can criticize Biafra because you hate the Igbos and the Yorubas to pull out because you don't like Igbowo, somebody like Seun Kuti and the rest of them. So you can see the hypocrisy in the Nigerians that, oh no, Koiki, no, we can become one. It's just that our leadership, no, we can't be talking about leadership. Let's go and talk about you can't be talking about the leadership. Thank you so much, Okeke Chidi, 33 years ago. So imagine a 33-year-old Nigerian today is fighting to save Nigeria while a 33-year-old Latvian that their parents pull out from the fight are better off. It's not 23, it's 33, Rahim Abbas. Don't confuse us. It's 33, not 23. So what is the GDP of Latvia? Let us remember that this is a country not up to 2 million in population. So, and we know that the bigger the population, they always say the better, but it is not in Nigeria because Nigeria population is not helping us in the first place. It is only being used to take out loans from the IMF and the World Bank from the criminal politicians that wants to save Nigeria for the ask of the IMF and the World Bank and the Suku loan and the Chinese loan and the Exim loan and whatever loan that they can get out of you as a number and statistics. Because you are a statistics. I am part of the statistics. Let's dissolve it. Let's break it into a smaller unit where we can have a country that is not up to the population of 45 million and we can compete around the world with many other countries and we can do very well. But Nigerians don't want that because some of you are criminals. You want to be like Dino Malaye. You want to be like Yaya Bello. You are also looking forward to be like one of them. They normally oppress the average other citizens. Latvia in 2022, their total GDP was 40.93 billion US dollars. Benny T. Anderson, thank you so much. Good morning. Why are you not sleeping in America right now? You should be sleeping. You say Nigeria government is expert in taking loans. Tinubu started taking loans just as Buhari took loan. Oh, you're working. Okay. Well done, sir. The GDP growth rate is 3.4%. A population of 1.87 million. The GDP per capita is 21,779.50 US dollars. Remember, Finland will be better because they are much in bigger numbers. The gross domestic product of Finland is 282.9 billion US dollars. Austria is 470 billion, while Belarus is 72 billion. Remember that Latvia is a country on the Baltic Sea between Lithuania and Estonia. These are very, very small countries. Yeah, I know. I was wondering why you're awake because I know it's about almost 3 a.m. in America. But many, oh, thank you so much, my beautiful sister, African, Juliet, Mama, Juliet Macapila. Juliet Macapila. How are you? I'm not Prince yet, too. This one where they say Prince Olayomi. I'm not a prince yet. How are you, my sister? Juliet is from Kenya, a hardworking African woman representing Africans in UK. We've done a lot of projects together. She's been to Nigeria a few times. She knows that Nigeria is not going to work, but she knows Nigeria is corrupt. But again, because of our position, there are some things that they cannot say as a as a, how do I want to put it? As a representative within the political terrain here in UK. But she works a lot with the Nigerian here in UK. And like I said, she has traveled to Nigeria with many different ideas, just as she wanted to contest as the president of Kenya some years back. Hardworking woman. Oh, you're not a free bird now. Okay. Juliet Macapilla. Somebody say, but Uncle Koiki, you're Omoloye now. You're a prince. All right. Thanks so much, Juliet. I hope to catch up with you. Let's continue with the program. I just wanted to appreciate you. And we've done a lot of things together, and we are still working, together, even though it's very difficult to work as African in this country. And that is why we are still backwards. So I am giving us the breakdown to Latvia, a country of 2 million. Somebody asked on Google, does Latvia have a strong economy? For example, the international credit rating agency Moody, Fitch, IBCA, and Standard & Poor have repeatedly rated Latvia bond as investment grade, providing another piece of evidence that Latvia economy is strong as good potential. Do you understand what that means? Dizzy Man continued to tell you about how we can turn the Yoruba economy into a very, very powerful one with intellectual properties. But many people do not see that is because you have been kept in operation, keep them poor. But like my brother from the Biafra said earlier, freedom is the right of everybody. Julia says, our contestants are now gazetted and we encourage everyone to stand across Africa. Thank you so much, my sister. And she's also one of the campaigners for the, we were meant to be together during the last, what was it called? Carnival, Notting Hill Carnival. Hopefully this year we can do something better together. So you can say that, what is Latvia's main source of income? Listen to this. While the Yoruba has vast amount of opportunity, the potential of Nigeria is gone already, Juliet. I've told you so many times. That potential is dead. And everybody knows that. Yes, people are still running into the country trying to get something out of it, but the potential is dead because it's not working for the indigenous people. What is the Latvia main source of income? Have you ever thought of it? Kí ló ń fún wọn lówó? Well, Juliet is asking, the question is, do Nigerians want good transformation? There can never be good transformation because Nigeria was built on a bungalow with 37-story building. And until that building collapsed, like many buildings in UK were pulled down because of cladding, because of asbestos. You cannot be working in UK where there's asbestos. It's a risk. Health and safety, you must report it so that that building can be pulled down. So Nigeria is an asbestos that everybody is sinking some heavy toxin inside and expecting to come out with a good health care. No, there will never be any transformation because British knew that the Yoruba people are so intellectual, the Igbos are intellectual, the Arewa people are good as well, the Hausas, and the many ethnic groups as well. But bringing us together as one entity was a disaster waiting to kill each other. That is why you cannot trust the Igbos. That is why the Igbo doesn't trust the Yorubas. We are always looking at each other as enemies. And this is why we are asking the question, if in 2022, agriculture, you cannot have a leadership in a country like Nigeria because if Yoruba was on its own, if Africa was not destroyed by the Europeans in 1884, we will not be having issues. I know Kenya, I don't know, Juliet, whether that is still right, because I saw the video clip yesterday. Kenya now wants to open their door for every Africans to come in. Just as I said, Europeans are moving around. Even with a British passport, you can still move around, even though UK left EU. But today, we are finding it difficult to move around in Africa. Is the barring and stopping us from doing trade and businesses is part of the slave mentality. To get a South African visa as a Nigerian is a problem. We know that people have destroyed it because some people that went there, maybe the Igbos and the Yorubas that commit fraud, the Igbos that do drugs, but that is not the issue. Why should we find it difficult to move around in Africa when Latvia, people can move from Latvia to Finland, from Finland they can move to Belarus, from Belarus they can move to Austria, and they can prosper, they can set up business. You can get to UK and automatically set up a business company within 24 hours. Can that happen in African country? Kenya is trying to find a solution to that. This is the reason why we say, if we have not been disturbed by the Europeans, we would have a cordial relationship as Yoruba, as different ethnic within Africa, and we can become a strong Africa. We cannot be a strong Africa when we are still having issues as indigenous people. We must first resolve the indigenous part of it before we can start talking about one form Africa. Because Africa today is not the Africa of yesterday. So Latvia is doing well in agriculture, yet they might not even have the total land that we have in Oyo State to produce the same agriculture. In 2022, the source of income for Latvia was agriculture, contributed around 5% to the GDP of Latvia. Why is Oyo State, the biggest capital city in Africa, cannot give us 5% GDP in agriculture? Is because Fulani terrorists have been kept in there by the West to destroy our farming system and bring GMO into Africa for us to consume. If you trust people like Bill Gates, you are in danger. This is what we must understand as people so that we can pull out of that shithole country called Nigeria, so that we can start talking about 5% at least to start with in giving us agriculture as our income. What does Latvia have? They literally have nothing. Yet, in 2022, agriculture that our people in Wednesday/Thursday, Fulani destroy Yoruba market in Lagos State, Ilelepo. A woman lost 40 million naira. Oranges were destroyed in a truck up to the value of 71 million. This happened this week. Yet, a country that is not up to 2 million is giving a GDP of 5% in their agriculture contribution alone of Latvia. Then 21.58% came from industry that Baba Awolowo created during the Western region during the negotiation. This was what Awolowo was creating. The industry and the agriculture sector. How did Latvia manage to have 21.58% came from the industry and 61% from the service sector? Some of you don't even know the meaning of service sector. Bomb bastard. And you tell me to shut up. Latvia is not 2 million. Maybe I should read that again to your ears. Idiot all over the place. In 2022, Latvia's main source of income was agriculture, 5.2% of the GDP. Also, 21.58% came from the industry. For very 63 years, Nigeria could not set up an industry. 4 refineries failed to work for the purpose of the selfish bastard so that they can sell crude oil and then buy refinery and subsidize it for you. That is why many of you cannot even take your vehicle out of your house today buying it at 1,000 naira per liter in a country that has the 6th largest crude oil producer. You can see why Yoruba people must wake up, because Nigeria is holding us backwards. Juliet Macapilla said, a small country as such, Africa. Are you learning something? When we sit here, we are trying to give the narrative that we love to be part of the world that is working. But why is Africa not producing enough? Kenya should be giving us enough in terms of farming produce to take around the world and feed Africa. Yet, poverty all over Africa. We have the land, we have the water, irrigation, we have everything. And nobody should be talking about climate change in Africa when the world is not concerned about climate change in India and China. How did we get here? Is because the Europeans knew that if we get it right over there, we will not be taking speeding from them. That is why they are not ready to allow people to be free. But you have to get that freedom. Let's go back to Latvia. Industry. And I love to go to the OEC and see what can come out from Latvia, OEC, because that would then give me a better breakdown of what is being exported. Not OECD, just OEC. Let's look at the import and the export of Latvia. Nigeria, the big shit hole. It's the biggest in Africa. It does not have any value or respect within African countries. Try to apply for visas, some of the African countries, with your Nigerian passport. I am told currently now that people that are traveling through Ethiopia are being stopped because they have a Nigerian passport, and most of them are kept in the prison. Very painful situation that we have. Let's take you to oec.world and go and look at the historical data of Latvia and what can come out of it in terms of what are they exporting and what are they importing for revenue purposes. And I have it already in front of me. In 2022, and if you're in doubt about this, I will share this link for the benefit of those of you that are watching us on YouTube. I will not be able to do on Facebook because Facebook continues to restrict me from commenting, because they know that the truth is the only thing that can free you. Latvia, historical data, 2022. The total export, and I'm sure we know the meaning of export. Export is what you sent out, for the basic understanding of a layman. In Tatasita, export. When you do a lot of things, you sell it outside, it's export. When you bring something in, it's called import. We are a consumer nation in that shit or zoological country you call Nigeria. For 63 years, we have been importing every goddamn thing that we are consuming because they failed to put the industry. You can't run a country without an industry. And somebody is even saying these are statistics from 10 years ago. So you can imagine what the statistics are going to look like if we bring it to the current one. Let's go and look at what is Latvia exporting to give them a total value of $22.9 billion in 2022, a country of 2 million less. Iluto with 2 million. So imagine if we just pull out an experiment and say, okay, give us one local government to start with and see if we can operate it as a country. And you will see the transformation that we're talking about. And you will see how, and the reason why it is not to be big, but it is about to have the intelligentsia of people that are loyal as the real indigenous people. Not everybody is loyal in Nigeria. So if you have a Yoruba president, does not mean he's going to be loyal to the Igbos and the rest of the people in Nigeria. And that is why Tinubu cannot trust anyone. And that is why he will use more Yoruba people, Just like Buhari did the same thing, just like Jonathan did the same thing. Is that a country? And that is why marginalization will continue. Latvia, what is it that Latvia continue to export, and who is buying those things? And I can see that they have a lot of varieties of different things that they are exporting. And I'll try as much as possible to just be naming them so that you can have an idea that they have the industry. That is the reason why they can export, okay? You cannot export when you don't have the industry. You need electricity, you need the technology, you need the manpower. For 63 years, Nigeria could not provide that for its citizens. Shegun say Alimosho local government is 3 million people. We can start that as a country. Let them give us Alimosho and cut it out, and let us go and develop it as a country to start with. You will see the transformation in 10 years competing as Latvia. Alimosho in Lagos State is 3 million, the biggest local government in Lagos State. Go there now, they don't even have basic toilet. Latifi Yagbe. There is no drinking water. There is no basic things of life in Alimosho local government. But people in Alimosho is telling me to shut up, but not realizing that Latvia is 2 million and their export in 2022 is to the value of 22.9 billion. So that means within that geographical territory of Latvia, they are producing so much to give them 22 billion. We can do the same thing in Alimosho to start with. Are you understanding? The reason why we are saying that Nigeria is just a country that is holding us and debarring us backwards until we pull out of it. Yes, some people are making money out of it because the numbers is there for them to make money out of it, but it is not reflecting in the people. That is why it's remained the poverty capital of the world. And the Boko Haram running up and down. Julia Macapila, African Wonder Woman, went further. I'm going to close this because it's going to come back in the few minutes. Which African leader will allow these? And many on post over 50 years. And who elect these leaders? The voters. They get small bag of rice in Kenya, and you elect the same useless leaders. And when we say elect people like Macapila, I'm coming back, they will say, no, we don't want him because she has lived in UK too long. Bomb bastards. But Fayemi is telling you now, let us save Nigeria. After he has stolen so much out of Nigeria. My name is OLAYOMI KOIKI. If you're new to the platform, why not share the program? Because somebody will learn one or two things from it as well. I hope people can start saying, those of you supporting Peter Obi, idiot, go and support the vision of the Biafra so that they can start competing with Latvia, not competing with the northerners that are creating machine for Kilichi in 21st century. How did we get here? Is because Britain knew ahead that if we allow people to stay on their own without forming Nigeria, they will outshine European countries in no time. During the war of the Biafra that the British was fighting, because now British, they fight that war. They were just using Nigeria as a proxy. They were given a lot of tough time. They were fighting multiple faces, not just one country. But they were able to produce enough to sustain. 1966 is different from today. Biafra will fight till their last blood to leave Nigeria. And if you're Yoruba people that put your way on their obstacle, they will buy you as well. You will go along with it. So the best option is to allow them to exercise their inalienable right to leave Nigeria without anybody disturbing them. The Nigerian military will not be able to stop it. If you think that Nigeria won the civil war that fought, that led to the death of 5 million innocent people, it will be a different thing this time around. They have investment now outside Nigeria. They are pumping every of their resources to exit Nigeria, and they are much exposed than before. They have enemies within. Those enemies will be taken care of. Latvia, I've not left Latvia. I am still on Latvia, idiot. Koiki, but we are going to produce. It's just that we don't have good leadership to give us the electricity. You will never get that electricity till you die. but you are likely to get electricity when we pull out of Nigeria. Somebody will ask, what kind of government are you going to be running when you have Yoruba nation? The one that you are running today, eat slowly. The one that you are running today in Nigeria, is it the one that we got in 1960? Idiot. Let me give you some of those things that they were producing, and you start thinking, Koiki, saw wood, igi, saw, S-A-W-N, saw wood, gave them 1.25 billion as an export. There's another one called fuel wood, gave them 712 million US dollars. Petroleum gas, that one, boku boku, as they get it in river, we have it in Yoruba land. Petroleum gas gave them 1.17 billion US dollars at 5.12%. Broadcasting equipment, remember that these are things that they are producing. Koiki, we are not producing car in Nigeria. No, you are just assembling car. You are not producing any jack shit. They bring all the parts and you assemble it. Idiot. Broadcasting equipment gave them 637 million US dollars. Electrical control board gave them 147 million US dollars. Excavation machinery, things that we need in our farming, in building project. Nigerians will now go to Latvia and be buying excavation machinery. Gave them $85 million. Insulated wire gave them 76.6 million. Centrifuges gave them 75 million. Other electric machinery, 58 million. Video recording equipment, 44 million. Headphones, the one where they use the EMA for Nigeria. I'm sure the Igbo people, they're bringing it from there. If it's not going to be too cheap, they go to China. Microphones and headphones. And you can see wheat gave them 1.2 billion because they have a good agriculture system. Wheat that they use to produce bread and so many other things. And I think even Guinness. Add liqueur, 390 million. Wine, 168 million. Do you know that we can have in Oyo State apple that we can then start transforming into a wine processing place? But rather, Yoruba people say, no, we don't want that to. Let PDP control the whole 33 state local government as a shit old system. We've done 4 hours. That would have been 40 pounds if I'd gone to work as a basic man or basic job. So why not support? Just your small donation will go a long way. Milk. Fulani, they put malu all over the place. Those malu, those cow, does not even produce milk. Rather, they produce danger. But do you know that Latvia export 257 million worth of milk outside Latvia? How are they doing it? It is just setting up the process. I am talking about Latvia, sir. Latvia, Latvia, population 1. Alimasho local government, bomb bastard. They cannot think from their brain because politicians in Nigeria is telling you it is not doable. How is it doable in a country that is not up to 2 million when Alimasho should be the same thing? At least to start with. Go to Alimasho now, smelly, just to be praying and praying and praying. She prayer and only in your pray. I am just giving you some of those things that a package medicament is giving them 605 million US dollars. Iron structure. We have a lot of natural resources of iron. What have we done with it? Chinese continue to take advantage and export it out. And then we go back and buy the finished goods and bring it to Nigeria. 271 million. Metal mountain. All these and so many things are part of those things that they are special purpose motor vehicle, 87 million. And some of the countries that are buying from them, let me give you the breakdown of countries that bought from Latvia. So that shows that if Biafra stand as a country, people will buy from them, countries will buy from them. I just want to answer somebody that seems to be taking us backwards. But sometimes, that's the purpose why we're sitting here, because people ask questions. Latvia, and I'm not repeating this again, Latvia is a country on the Baltic Sea between Lithuania and Estonia. And is a European country. And let's move further. Some of the countries that are buying from them that needs their product, just like you also need those produce, because shit-o country could not produce nothing. Lithuania bought goods worth $4 billion from Latvia. You can see why we can trade with the Biafra as a country than being together as a Nigerian, and we're abusing each other. At least we can control them. They can control us in terms of our migration and immigration. Russia spent 1.26 billion worth of export from Latvia. Sweden spent 1.19 billion. UK also spent a lot of money from them to the value of 1.19 billion. That is the goods that came from Latvia into this country. You can see why Britain doesn't want Yoruba people to go to Biafra. You can see why they are not intervening in the message of hope of Nnamdi Kanu. Rather, they kept him there, even though he's a British passport holder. You wonder what is the value and the purpose of that passport anymore. UK spent $1.19 billion of goods from Latvia, a country of one, and UK wants me to remain in Nigeria as a Yoruba man. Sharipeko makes sense. You can see that it doesn't make sense, right? And no, Oma make sense is here because you are Mumu. Because if you are not Mumu, you should know that we are better off to have an independent country and compete and trade for good services. But you cannot think out of your nose. Hello?
Hello?
Chefe dasori Tony.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Chefe dasori Tony. Good morning.
Morning.
Chefe dasori
My
Tony.
name is, you said what?
Chefe dasori Tony. Because I am live.
That's okay too. Okay, you are live. Okay, maybe I'll come back.
All right, sir. I am not angry. I am just doing the program. If I was angry, I was not going to answer you. Eh? No, not yet. Very soon. So some of these countries, Estonia, did a value of $2.2 billion from a country called Latvia in 2022. Finland, where Simon Ekpa, the Prime Minister, government in exile of the Biafra, also did business with Latvia, a country of 1.8 million, to the tune of $1 billion US. Denmark, Netherlands, Croatia, Belarus, Spain, Ukraine, Australia, Ireland, Hungary, Greece, Slovenia, Slovakia, Belgium, Norway, Germany. Nigeria also spent, let's see what Nigeria did with them. Guess what? Who can guess what Nigeria was buying from Latvia? Let me see if somebody can guess. Guess what Nigeria was buying from them to the value of $512 million at 2.24%. What do you think that we were buying from Latvia? Just one product we are buying from them. One product. One product Nigeria bought from Latvia. Guess, it's an agriculture product. Machine. At least the business for somebody, but it can be replicated if truly Nigeria was working. Wheat. In 2022, Nigeria spent $12 million to import wheat from Latvia. Thank you so much for those of you that are loving the video very much on Instagram. I love that. Wheat, yes, triple DRS. WHEAT, wheat. You can see that we have a problem because our farming industry kept to be destroyed by the West and the internal, while we can go and bring wheat. How many people know what wheat is? Alamantoja wheat. Let me see if I can show you the image on the phone here. We've done 4 hours so far, even though the program should have ended. Wheat. So let me show you what it looks like. Images. This is what it looks like. Wheat. 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 In case you don't know what it looks like. Wheat. Okay? This is what wheat looks like. Wheat. So what is wheat? And what is it used for? Kilo lofu. My TV said don't go into hibernation. Say, bye-bye, lataro. Kilo day. We're spending money for electricity and all that. And somebody will say, no, don't support them. Idiot all over the place. If I don't have internet in the house, are you going to be listening to all this analysis? Can China's television tell you all this analysis? No, they're not going to tell you because they don't want you to know the truth. And truth is always bitter. And I'm going to wind down very soon because I've done 4 hours anyway, so I've got to take a break. So wheat is an important source of carbohydrate. Globally, it is the leading source of vegetable protein in human food, having a protein content of about 13%. Wheat is a grass widely cultivated for its seed, a cereal grain that is the worldwide staple food. The many species of wheat together make up the genus Triticum. The most widely grown is common wheat. It's used for bread, is what is needed to make flour. This man said wheat is $498 million and animal food. Wheat. But Nigerians today care less. Yes, some people are making money out of that because whoever is bringing that from Latvia is making money. Whoever is doing that business in Latvia to bring wheat into Nigeria, oh yes, they are making money, and then they sell it to the farm, to the bakers and whoever, blah blah blah. And at the end of the day, many of you that could be farmers producing the same wheat. We have the weather. Even if we don't have the weather, we can transform to make sure that we have the right irrigation to support the growth of wheat. 97.3% came from Latvia in 2022 to the tune of 512. Even America invested export from Latvia to the tune of $702 million. China even bought something from them. Let's see what China was buying from them. Wow, China was buying all kinds of different materials, from scrap copper to frozen fruit and nut to broadcasting equipment. They were buying all kinds of things. China was buying all kinds of things. India, Turkey, even Saudi Arabia spent money with Latvia. They were buying wheat as well to the tune of 132 million. They bought peat. I don't know what that means. PEAT. Insulated wire, broadcasting equipment, packaged medicament, soft wood, processed fish. Do you know that we can supply Saudi with fish instead of going there to be paying 4 million naira for Hajj as Yoruba people? We can do trade with them. Many of our Yoruba people that are living there, I know them, they're living there, they don't have papers in Saudi Arabia. They're running head and skater, trying to survive. Saudi don't recognize you as a person. Yes, they are buying processed fish from, thanks so much, Eze Daniel. Yet, Saudi is buying processed fish worth $455,000 from Latvia. When we have good water in Ondo State, all we need is to train people, process that same fish, and tell Saudi that why not buy from us? It's even much fresher and better. But Yoruba people don't think like that. They are thinking about karika chop, the thing where they go chop today. Baba Tinubu don't do there, bomb bastard. Enjoy Tinubu while it lasts, I said. Make her go, sir. Done enough 4 hours. I'll be back again if I can. Thank you so much for everyone that joined and participated this morning. You okay?
Yeah.
I love you.
Yeah,
I'm going to close up now. And on that note, Omogbolawan Oba say wheat is also what is used for cornflakes, breads, and other cereals. Simon Adebisi, thank you so much. John Adiolu Owolabi says, yes, Yoruba Nation not going back. Ifa Imole says, yes, that was 33 years. Simon Adebisi says, please let's be inform everyone to be contributing money to our central account. It is very, very important. Benny Babami Sheung opinion. It is important. I plead, I beg us to please, even if you're going to give me a little bit and put the rest in the YSDM, I don't have an issue with that. It is important that we save money for the raining days to come. Without money, we can't do much. Without money, we cannot do a lot. And I'm not joking. Don't let all these that I've told you what you call Yoruba Nation J and all those nonsense conversation without any evidence. I beg you, please donate. There's no account details. You just go on the website www.ysdm.org and you can do that donation right from there. I totally believe you, Mr. Akila. They say, good morning, my dear brother. Yoruba Nation not going back. M1 is a solution. My Jema, something behind the table there for me. I love you people at home, but it's just unfortunate that the politicians have done damage. Mukie Olanipekun. Mubewa. Yoruba Ni, thank you so much. Chinedu Innocent Eze, our Biafra brothers that come here and listen, not the ones that come and like the one that came this morning and abusing us and says rubbish. I don't curse them. I love the Biafra. We have issues. There's no doubt about it. If I didn't yes, so I need housing support. I'm just seeing your comment. Ibrahim Akonji, thank you so much. AZ Daniels, I just read that majority of Yoruba people understand how much damage Nigeria is doing to all of us. My brother, they know it's just that Yoruba people like caricature. You know the thing where we they chop right now. Now in Belefu us. As long as look at Ilepo that was destroyed by the Hausa Fulanis, or Fulanis rather, or whoever their bandits are. A woman lost 40 million. I know most Igbos have lost money in their fire that consumed businesses around Lagos and all sorts. But it's just a sad situation that the whole system is not designed to work. Many places should have been brought down and rebuilt to the standard. And even if they do that, most of the time, they don't give it back to the real owners. They give it to their cronies, like Tejo Market. I was in Tejo Market, I think 2017, prior before the Yoruba Nation, when I used to come to Nigeria and move freely. I dare not do the same thing right now. So if you're thinking that come to Nigeria, let us come and do it. I'm not coming to Nigeria, okay? So I am not coming to Nigeria. So don't expect me in Nigeria until we get to certain stage in the movement. Then I'll be rest assured that when I come, that it means that we are almost heading out of Nigeria. Nigeria will dissolve. It will dissolve. I understand your feelings. They're watching me right now. The crazy guy. Sitting in UK, they say Nigeria go break. British knows that Nigeria go go. That is why they don't want to intervene in Nnamdi Kanu's issue. Sheku Sheye in Britain. How can somebody hold a British passport and you neglect him inside the DSS custody, and you say that they have him, and they'll tell you we are Commonwealth citizens. A lot of people believe them, is it? You believe the British. Their citizens are good. We don't have a problem with their citizens. But we're talking about the system that created Nigeria that we're upset with. You're listening to all this, your Edmond, that they're on social media. Or because they are giving you 13 kobo on social media and telling you, don't worry, Nigeria will be a great place one day. Great place from outside. They're outside Nigeria. They're telling you Nigeria is going to be a great place. Even the one waiting inside Nigeria, we get money, no live inside village. When they are going to their hometown, they go with heavy security. Dele Mamadou dare travel without going with extra security. He will not do the same thing in UK. He would not travel from Lagos to Ile-Ife without heavy security, not even Iyadura. But when they come to UK, they don't need security because the country is secured. Who is fooling who? Who is fooling who? Chief priest would dare not travel without heavy security. Obi Kubana would dare not. Davido would dare not travel from Lagos to Ibadan without heavy security. Well, people are better. He would dare not, I say. But the same Davido as a celebrity, a list, yes, will come to UK. Oh, yes, he will have people that will be traveling with him, but not with police and any other case. You're right. Kelly says true that Nnamdi Kanu case is a typical example of the British system of double standard. I live with them, I know. But Yoruba people, we don't live with them, trusted Katrina Lang more than me. Katrina, baby. Katrina blocked his comment section because of the Biafra. They were bombarding her every day. She couldn't contain it. She's now in Sudan, representing United Nations. Go get your PVC. Don't vote in 2023. Some are still bitter that Tinubu got in. Rather than being bitter that they should go back and join the Biafra that they left, they abandoned Nnamdi Kanu. They thought the Biafra movement was going to die. There's somebody popped up. They castigate him. Even the Nigerian government put his name on the wanted list. They said he was working for the government. He sits in Finland and his voice is heard around the world. He's a powerful man with God blessing on him. The Biafra love him. Not all of them. If you want to know the difference between them, the one where they use Nnamdi Kanu's picture that are green, those ones are DOS. They don't like Simon Ekpa. They hate him. Anytime where you see Biafra, the ones with, I hope I'm right, Biafrans, with what I'm saying. The ones that wear the green Nnamdi Kanu's picture are the ones that are DOS. So those ones don't like Simon Ekpa version of autopilot. Jima Moses, thank you so much. But the Biafrans believe in Simon Ekpa. But the British that should have walked towards the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu, they are using one eye to look at Nnamdi Kanu in the DSS custody and using the second eye to say to the Nigerian government, just keep him there. Don't allow Nnamdi Kanu to be free. He would pull them out. Sometimes they want to speak to him while he's in the court. Nnamdi Kanu says, shut up. Don't mention Simon Ekpa. He's not the one creating problem in the Southeast. He's your governor. Easy, don't tell me, say, yeah, you're correct. We call them IPOP Nigeria. Anytime you see those that use Nnamdi Kanu's green picture, those ones are IPOP Nigeria. I know. They've attacked me so many times, but I don't bother, all those things are, me, I'm not, my body is so stiff that, I don't care. This man says, imagine Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a British citizen and must be free. But the British are just putting their eyes away. Let's hope the current British High Commissioner, Dr. Richard Montegori, will do something to free Nnamdi Kanu. What has Nnamdi Kanu done? Kini offense. Okay, he was bringing some broadcasting equipment to shout Biafra. Does that warrant a kidnap and rendition in 21st century? To go and kidnap him. But some Yoruba people are so happy, like Seun Kuti and the rest of them. Hey, God, that's good. You know, if I go on Twitter now, they're so happy that Tinubu is not releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Whether you release him or not, Biafra have made up their mind. I'm not speaking on their behalf, but they are going on. Nothing can stop. Look, if Yoruba stop, Biafra are not stopping them. Biafra have made up their mind with Nigeria. America knows. But America is just concerned that they want it to be done in a way, in a systematic way. But that systematic way is taking too long for the Biafra. Look, Biafra case is well known in America than the Yorubas. I am not making this up. Within the American Senate and the House, Biafra case is well open than the Yoruba one. But as usual, America is always concerned about certain things. But they know that Biafra is going on. Nobody can stop it. It is a mission that will be completed. When, how soon is what I don't know. But it will be better that if they are going, we should be pushing to go as well. 2 regions wants to go. 1 doesn't want to go. Let them keep Nigeria now. Let them not keep Nigeria. We will still be operating with them as business order from Yoruba country to Nigeria. I know a lot of you are not comfortable with it, but it's a fact in life that freedom will be fought. You don't buy it in Lidl, Costco, Walmart, Aldi, Sainsbury's. I'm not advertising for them, but you don't buy the freedom there. You buy from preparing the minds of your people. Not that we are against the government. No, we are not against the government. We're not against Tinubu's government. Tinubu is doing his own, I'm doing my own. Tinubu as a representative, I am representing the Yoruba people. Is either he negotiate with us or he does not. Ashake TV, thank you so much. Yadada. It's been 4 hours, 30 minutes sitting here. Who is going to pay now for the service? It's a service, right? Musa Kalam1@yahoo.com. There are few Biafrans that support. Thank you so much. Sometimes I don't even know them. They just send money and say, Koiki, thank you so much for what you're doing. We appreciate it. I have the phone line open, but since we didn't get no call, I think we should wind down. We've done 4 hours, it's more than enough. Ashake TV, Eshe Kushe. I love this, my sister. Especially, every one of us have different analyses to the take. Yoruba Way was frustrated yesterday during our program. I felt for her. It's not easy when we are doing programs and people are not responding and they're not, you know, it could be frustrating, but somebody like me, you know. So anyway, thank you so much. Make I go find something to eat. Thank you to the Biafra that joined us this morning. I know I spoke a lot of Yoruba in between. 118 people were standing there. The number was going. They were watching me. I don't know who you are. All I can say is that thank you so much to each and every one of you. We are meant to agree and disagree. We are not fighting APC, PDP, Peter Obi people. What we are just saying is that if you think your argument to keep Nigeria is okay, let me know. I'll bring you on the platform. Let's deliberate on it. Let's talk about it. You know, we are civilized people. We are not animals as the West want to keep us. We are intellectual people. I understand the feelings. Koiki is just that I know you guys are frustrated. I've had a lot of people are saying that that's nonsense. But look, Nigeria is just a foundation built on a bungalow with 36-story building. It is already crumbling. Don't be allowed to be used and allow Nigeria to crumble on you. My name is OLAYOMI KOIKI. It is Koikimedia bringing the world closer to your doorstep. Thank you so much to every one of you. I just want to read my anthem and then go. So this one, I got this one. Doing business in United States. I want to say something like this. Doing business in Biafra land. Doing business in Ijaw land. Doing business in Yoruba land. How to set up a business in Yoruba land. I got this during one of my business exhibition, at the Excel. Doing business in the United States. The guide to entering the US market. This is what we should be thinking of. Remember Latvia. Latvia, not up to 2 million. They are doing very well. Somebody then gave me Koiki. Latvia is not even up to Alimosho local government. Thank you so much. This is my 1, 2, 3. So intellectual properties, there's so much opportunity for us. But should you continue to say, Koiki, me, I will fix Nigeria. Well, your dad never fixed Nigeria. So how you're going to do it is what I don't know. We pray for all those that have been killed by the Nigeria since the establishment of that shithole country. Is my the Tolulope Arotile book that was given to me. And we journalists, we get too many paper all over the place. Please support us. Support our platforms. Like the video, share it, and invite your friends and family to support it as well. This was my heart where I were yesterday. That's strange. Oh, I'm official. Tolulope Arotile was trained by Nigerian government, yet she was killed by the same government. How that it amazed people like us, Tolulope Arotile, the same government will push trainer become helicopter combat pilot at 24, good in math from Kogi State in Okun. The same Nigerian government say, no, we not send you all this job where you did do for there. Kill the young girl, said car reverse into her. That was the end, they bury her. I don't know whether the parents were paid off. We pray for her. But people from Okun decided to produce this beautiful 40 leaf for her. Not to be sold. But I know say Nigeria. When they say no seller, they don't sell her. So at the back, it's got the Yoruba Oduduwa national anthem, which I'm going to recite, and that shows the end of the program is closing. If I didn't mention your name, don't get upset. Don't be angry. It's just that there is no way we can see every single one of you. Hospital founder cries out over crazy electricity bills. Okay. Oshun Monarch says to violate court order which stop coronation. DSTV GoTV customer to experience 3-day downtown in Nigeria. That's not my problem. Man slums dies while pushing car in a flood in Lagos. Thank you so much, Ganilo Yede, Yawa Tonade Victoria, my sister. Thank you so much. Thunder Firelight Mohammed from my local government did nothing. Some local government in Abawiri. Anyway, got to go now. Justice for the late Arotile. We pray that Tinubu will release the dead body of Adogun Alhaji Fatai. Very, very important. If you're new to the platform, I am just doing my own little for the self-determination of my people. You might not agree with it, but it's our right. Okay? Thank you so much. Iṣẹ́ wa fúnlẹ̀ wa, fúnrilẹ̀ ìbí wa, kàgbéga, kàgbéga, kàgbéga fàìlérí. Ìgbàgbọ́ wa ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ní kẹ́ ká máa lépa. Ìtẹ̀síwájú fọ́pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde, bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ Ògo Adúláwọ̀. Some people don't know that. Àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo Adúláwọ̀. Sorry for taking a lot of your data. Those of you in Nigeria, it might be not see me. It's 4 hours, 13 minutes, a long one. I gotta keep one here because I was looking for it earlier. Mo kí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi, mo kí ní Surulere, mainland, mo kí ní Èkìtì, Ọ̀ṣun, Anambra, Enugu, Kaduna, Katsina, Kano people. And that young man, we won't break Nigeria. You there for UK, they talk to you, we go break, bomb bastard. And on that note, thank you so much, all the ones of you on the Twitter space and everyone. Enjoy the rest of the Saturday. Make sure injustice to one is injustice to all. Okay? Bye for now.